Hey guys, I'm back and we are playing Call of Duty Black Ops 6. So today we're going to be trying to hit the max prestige rank or master prestige. It is the rank that you will receive after completing 10th prestige. So just have a couple more levels to go and we will be max ranked as far as prestige 10 goes. And once we complete that max rank, we will move on to master prestige and whatever that holds in store for us. So that is the plan for today. Not really doing anything special to get to it. We're just going to play the game. Playing the game, we rank up. By ranking up, we level up and get to that rank that we want to get to. But before that, let's go ahead and just take a peek at some of the progression stuff. So Black Ops 6 launched and they brought back the old prestige system. The old prestige system was and is now you level up your initial military ranks, I guess, in the game. And by doing so, you unlock the various items throughout the ranks, whether it be weapons, perks, and kill streaks, and all them goodies that you like to use during the game, I guess. And yeah, for a while now, what happened after, like, this has been the way we've been doing it since like a long time. At least in Modern Warfare COD 4. I can't remember if it was similar in COD 2, whether we had to level up to unlock everything. I can't remember, honestly. I did play the original Call of Duty 2, but I don't remember the level up process back then. But in COD 4, they definitely had this system where you leveled up your military ranks and unlocked the various goodies that you utilize for your gameplay. Then in COD 2019, they basically changed the prestige system and made it so once you hit the max rank, you would level up further. You could get higher up. You wouldn't unlock anything. It was just more of a number. And they would increase that level number every season. So it incentivized getting further up the ranks every season, but you weren't actually unlocking anything once you completed your base military ranks, right? They would, occasionally on some of the levels, you would, some of the level milestones, they would give you like a reward, like a blueprint or something like that. Like usually the max level for the season, right? Is they would kind of reward you with some sort of cosmetic. In the past, what it used to be and what it is now is what we like to consider the traditional prestige system. And this definitely began in like COD 4, way back in the day. And what would happen is you'd hit the max rank, military rank, and then you'd get the option to prestige. It was always an optional thing. It never forced you into like prestiging. So the option was there to just stay at the max level military rank that you had received, or you could prestige and reset everything. And by resetting everything, you would go all the way back down to level 1 military rank, but you would get the new Prestige 1 emblem showcasing that you have prestiged. And then you would level up right back up the prestige ranks to max out your military rank to whatever it was. Back in the day, I think it was up to 50. Now it's like 55. I'm not certain if it was always 55. I vaguely remember it being 50 back in the day, but I can't be certain about that. But that doesn't really matter. You'd hit the max military rank again, and then you'd get the option to do it all over again. And this would be repeated over the course of multiple prestiges. And it was never like seasonal or anything, because obviously back then we didn't have seasons. It was just right off the bat, the more you played, the more you could keep on resetting yourself and doing it all over again. And one would be like, why would you do that? You'd lock off all those weaponry and stuff like that by resetting everything. It's more of just something to do in the game and, challenge yourself, while re-earning everything and re-experiencing the game almost like it's a fresh every time you did it, right? While also having that kind of prestige emblem to kind of flex on the lobby that you'd be playing in, that look how much dedication you had to the game, right? Now, I'm not totally certain when exactly things have evolved in the prestige system. Like way back in COD 4, you would reset everything. Like all your challenges, camo challenges, everything got reset. Like you start from scratch all over again. And you do it, and a lot of people did it, mind you. Like it wasn't something that people just like, why would they? No, a lot of people did it to experience that, the reset and the kind of flex potential of commitment, all that. Slowly they kind of changed the prestige and evolved it. Now I'm not certain of the exact games that the evolutions happened, but they did eventually do where you'd get to the max prestige rank, right? Like, which is prestige 10 in most of the games, not all of them, but most of them were prestige 10. And then once you hit prestige and completed prestige 10, you would get that kind of, you'd be able to continue leveling up, but no longer would you be prestiging. You'd just be leveling up a number from whatever your rank was, 55 or 50 or whatever it was, right? Whenever in the previous games, in this game it's 55. And you'd level up all the way up to 1,000. So that was part of the evolution of the prestige system that was added in some of the later games. Again, I think it was during one of the Black Ops games that they started doing that. I'm not sure which one though. And also that they started also doing prestige tokens. Every time you prestige, you'd get a prestige token. And this would give you the option to kind of unlock one of the items during your grind, so you'd permanently have it. That was also something that was added in later prestiges. It wasn't originally like that in the very first one. So there has been like sort of an evolution to the prestige system throughout, right? Now we're at this one. It's kind of incorporated the evolution of the prestige system that was the old. We're at prestige 10. Once we complete it, we will officially move on to prestige master. Or master prestige or whatever. I don't know. Prestige master. And it'll be similar to, like I said, we'll hit this rank and then be able to keep on just leveling up all the way up to 1,000, where theoretically the prestige system finally comes to a conclusion. Now, in all honesty, in most of the CODs, this prestige system, even getting to 10th prestige and completing it, that was always like doable. But then the additional 1,000 levels, that was kind of the limited few that would ever see that final 1,000 rank, right? So who knows if I'll ever reach that? That's unlikely. Maybe it's possible, but unlikely. It is definitely a year's worth of work. And not only a year's worth of grinding worth. So it's not something I could kind of kick back and expect to hit like 1,000. But we can hit Prestige Master, and that is the plan for today. Now, also, just as a heads up, with this year's Prestige system, they have added all sorts of rewards through the Prestige levels. So a little bit more incentive to do the Prestige. Rewards and all that have been part of the Prestige system often enough. Sometimes they honestly launched the game without any rewards and got a little kickback from the community, be like, yo, please. And then they would add it later on and stuff like that. This time, right off the bat, you can prestige immediately and start earning rewards. We might not necessarily go through all the rewards from the prestige thing, but maybe showcase it at the end, what was earnable throughout all the prestiges. For now, let's just go ahead and jump right in and start playing the game and try to hit that prestige master. I'm gonna do let's see. Domination hardpoint kill confirmed. I do also want to make a little progress on the event, so I'll be running around trying to collect those stupid things for the event. Put myself out there nonsense. But yeah, not really any plans on like experimenting with weapons and all. We'll just be grinding the game, playing the game with AR, maybe some SMG gameplay. We'll see. We might mix it up a little bit. We'll see. Also, maybe we'll throw on double XP. Also, more than likely, what I'll do in the stream is I'll hit Prestige Master, and then we'll keep playing for a bit and level up beyond hitting the initial Prestige Master. So get a few. We'll put in a fair bit of time. Let's just put it that way. And then call it a day.
Initiating objective control.
Happy hunting, Crimson. Securing Alpha. Zone Alpha captured. We've claimed the advantage, now hold it. Bravo lost. Taking C. Control Zone C. Lock C. Hostile UAV established overhead. Enemy UAV inbound. Taking Bravo underway. Bravo is ours. Losing Bravo.
You gotta be kidding me.
Losing B. Net call. Enemy watchdog flow inbound. We're losing Alpha.
Why did I get a hit?
Park securing OBJ.
Losing Bravo. Losing B. Lost B. Active. Taking B. We're losing Alpha.
Sending flashbang.
Stars reclaiming B. Securing B.
Sending Semtex.
Taking
Secure.
Bravo
What's going
underway.
on?
Securing C. Bravo went to switch.
Semtex front.
We're winning. Keep it that way. Losing B. Bravo.
Pull your head out of the arm and check your fucking car.
Hostile UAV established overhead. We've given up the lead.
On the objective.
Zone C secure. Stay on
Five enemy
target.
strike.
We're losing Charlie. Location secure. Maintain posture. They're taking C.
Requesting COAV above.
Electronic
Requesting
countermeasures
recon above.
UAV commencing surveillance operation.
Driving OCX.
Smoker 50% check. UAV fuel check 50%.
Losing off Charlie.
Exit timeline expired. Smoker exiting AOR.
Losing Bravo. Losing B. Enemy UAV inbound. Losing B.
Beginning
Taking
capture.
B. We're losing Alpha. Taking Bravo.
TACOM, I need eyes
Lockdown.
overhead.
We lost A.
Overhead.
Taking A. Taking Alpha.
UAV prepped for launch.
Alpha secure. Losing Bravo.
TACOM, deploy counter UAV.
CL 50%. Check.
Losing A.
Position. Deploying ECM.
grid.
UAV in the turret. Stand by. UAV available for target.
Losing Bravo.
UAV mission timeline.
Losing Bravo.
Get a counter UAV in the air.
Losing B.
Cloaker above. Mission timeline expired. UAV RTB.
Securing
Requesting
C.
recon above.
Overhead.
Hostile UAV established overhead.
Counter UAV 50.
Enemy scout post detected. Taking B. Taking C.
UAV MTL 50%.
Bravo underway.
Cloaker killing music. Headed home. Tasking away.
We're losing Alpha.
Hostile impact.
Hostile care package inbound. Controlling Bravo.
Initiating objective control.
Losing A. Securing B. Taking B. Enemy UAV inbound. Securing Charlie.
Neutralized.
We're losing Alpha. A. You're being outplayed, Crimson One. Step it up.
Semtex incoming.
Enemy RCXD detected. Underwhelming exit.
Hard fail, Crimson. We need to fade.
This one was lagging so much.
Incoming stun. Revenge is coming while I work.
Yeah, I was surprised she like got the most. She was lagging so much. Like you could see like the figure sliding sometimes and like there was no animation. Like for instances. Like no movement, like her legs weren't moving, nothing. She was just like a figure was just sliding around. Dude, I'm gonna remove TDM. TDM is so dog shit in this game.
UAV inbound. Hostile UAV established overhead. Confirming kill. Enemy UAV inbound. Hostile UAV established overhead. Squad kills. Hostile counter UAV established above.
Are you fucking kidding? I'm dying so fast. This is a fucking desync.
Stare down.
Dude, this game couldn't be more dog shit servers, man.
What the hell was that? Right where I left you. Bringing in recon.
Dude, the desync on this is... I'm dying like so fucking fast, it's bonkers.
That's an A-bomb strike on transmitting
It's
core.
fine.
Hostile UAV established overhead. Hostile neurogas. Sharp was good. You gonna let a bunch of company assholes?
Dude, why would you hide like that?
Enemy UAV inbound. Damn it, they must have hacked our comms. Go dark. We'll pick you up later.
There's a lot of desync in that game. Whatever though. I don't understand too, man. Like, they're. It doesn't matter, dude. There is a server that I get like 30 ping, 30 to 40 ping. Like, yeah, the last few days, I don't even know how long. It insists on putting me in like 100 plus ping, like lobbies. Occasionally, like throwing me a bone with a 70 ping lobby. That's pretty laggy anyway because other players are lagging. The 30 and 40 ping lobbies weren't great either, though. I mean, at least it's fucking. Those were just as jank, honestly. I guess it doesn't really matter what the fuck the game tells you what ping it is. They're all just as dog shit as the rest.
Team deathmatch. Neutralize all threats.
You can see the stuttering in the movement.
Lead dart.
Hostile confirmed. Neutralized. Bye-bye.
Let go of the fucking ladder so I can call this in.
UAV accepted overhead.
That first guy took a lot of shots.
On my mount. Mark.
Assaulting through.
Thanks for the win. UAV overflight terminated.
Call in the fucking...
Requesting CUAV.
Counter UAV above. Music on. This is focus midway through objective.
Path requesting UAV.
Yeah.
Focus is
I
terminated.
honestly don't want the stream to be like super negative, but it's like hard not to be when this game's like plays like this. Like a lot of people, the reason they praise like Black Ops 6 is the movement, right? But the truth is, the movement doesn't keep up well with the servers, and you need to take that into account. You need to take that into account that the movement in with the servers, it should have never been done because they knew the servers were going to play like this. Innovating with movement when your like game can't handle it, knowing your game can't handle it, isn't a good innovation. Like innovating with the tech you have and making it utilizing the most of the tech while being viable, that's a good innovation. Pushing the limits, but your game really can't actually handle the limits, is not a good innovation. It just means you don't understand what your like game, like what the game can actually handle, like what the technology actually can handle. I'm not saying this movement isn't like really interesting, and it's like arguably like, oh, it's ahead of time. It's not really ahead of time. It is in line with the times, but considering how bad the servers are in COD, that needs to be taken into account when you're developing your game. You know they're not going to upgrade the servers. You know it's not going to like improve the servers that can handle this kind of stuff, right? So why push the limits when you know like it's not really going to be something that's a viable option? Right? If they did this tech, right, and they upgraded the server so it would like play fluidly with the like servers, then yeah, you know, it's like, yeah, it's a huge fucking step forward. But you do this upgrade knowing very well your servers can't handle it. It's like, dude, what are you doing? You're just wasting like a year.
Hostile target. EKIA.
Enemy UAV inbound.
Like often like the most impressive games, like, you know, it pushes the text limit in a really good way. Like graphically, right? You see like the games like in the last year of like the PlayStation 3. And it's like, oh my god, I can't believe they pushed the limits to that extreme. But it plays well, right?
PDA, one down.
Dude, I keep saying I need to take TDM out. Look, it just has see how bad the spawns are on TDM in this game, dude. It's just
You can't hide.
miserable.
Incoming Semtex.
Knowing where to push the limits while providing an excellent experience is what it's all about. Not pushing the limits where your game can't, like where the like tech, where you're limited, like limiting, you know what I mean, right? Where things are like, it's not gonna function. Like you don't have the technology, like anyone can come up with like really good ideas, but implementation of it and the execution is the important part, right? And it's like, dude, you don't have the tech to implement this stuff. And the movement absolutely falls under that category. And everyone that praises this game, all they can say is the movement's really good. Right? Like obviously the gunplay has always been good in COD and stuff like that. That's not like a new thing. Right? Then the big deterrent for the game is the maps. Right? And it is fucking the main part of the shooter is gunplay and map design. When your maps are bad, that is one of the most critical aspects of the game. So you have movement tech that doesn't really keep up with the servers properly. You have maps that are bad.
Happen again.
And still, we're saying this is a good game. We're like, no, it's a good game, but it has issues. But it's one of the better COD games. Or something like that, right? Like a lot of people have been saying, no, but it's a Treyarch COD game, it's really good, it's really good. It's not. And the sad thing is it is at the same time. It's like, yeah, it's a good game, but like, it's held back. But those factors that it's held back is also like, it's this weird copium that we have, like as COD players, like, yeah, it's a good game, but it's got all these issues that make it kind of not great, but still a good game. It's like, dude, how is it a good game, dude? If you look at this objectively, and you're not like a COD fan, bad maps in a shooter is not a great thing. Yeah, I'm taking TDM off. TDM's just ass, dude. It's just, I don't know why I put it on. It's just such a bad mode in this game. The spawns are so trash in it. Plays so poorly. I put it on because I wanted to collect those tokens. I thought it'd be a good mode so I can collect the like event shit, which probably is, but it's just not worth it. So far, the events, like the live service, has been kind of like bad, in my opinion. Live service has been bad. Monetization's been particularly bad also. I was just watching a video where they're showing some of like the like bundle blueprints, and it's like they didn't even use it because you've got like tracers that just flash in front of your like reticle, so you can't even see in front of you when you're shooting your gun. Or they've designed a weapon so if you're trying to use iron sights, you can't see in front of you because the design of the blueprint covers your vision. If you're just using iron sights, you need to put an optic on it because the blueprint wasn't designed. What is going on here? It's like 2v something crazy going on. Like I was actually kind of like interested in buying like bundles this year. Because usually Treyarch's like blueprints are actually kind of good.
Domination. Green light. Go, go.
It's a 40 ping, but 2v, I don't know what the fuck is going on here, man. I don't know why they filtered me in that. And the sad thing is, I'm probably gonna still wrap up the stream saying the game is good. I am somewhat enjoying myself. Like, aside from the frustrations, I am enjoying myself with the game. Which is true. Like, you sort of can overlook the shitty maps somehow. Like, game, I think it's just the gunplay. In the end of the day, the gunplay has always been like so top notch in COD. You always like somehow manage to overlook all the other dog shit that happens with it. Like you genuinely like it's hard to replicate the gunplay feel in any other shooter that you get with COD. That I at least the ones that I've played, right? And as janky as the movement is, it is innovative. It just doesn't hold up with the tech that they have available to them. So it's like, yeah, it's kind of cool doing this stuff, but it just doesn't hold up like practically most of the time. But when it does hold up, it's kind of cool.
Domination. Go time. Capture the objective. We're losing Alpha.
Locking down the objective. Keep them off me.
Losing A. Bravo underway. Bravo zone secure. Losing B.
Hostile somewhere.
UAV established overhead. Securing Charlie. Losing B. Bravo lost.
Enemy on foot.
Control of Bravo. Taking B.
Fast counter UAV above.
UAV commencing surveillance operation.
We're losing Alpha. Bravo is on.
UAV fuel check 50%.
Losing Bravo.
Focus terminating ECM operation.
Flying on cue. UAV on.
Fucking those.
Losing B.
They're so stingy with those fucking things. You just have to go for it and you see it, right? And at least for the ones of us that didn't complete it.
Lost B. Losing A. We're losing Alpha. Hostile. Established above. Enemy UAV inbound.
You know, I was also thinking of this, right? Back when Activision was Activision Blizzard, okay? Or whatever the fuck, right?
Control of Bravo.
One could argue, like, you know, the fuck, man, this L Model L's like hipfire is so dog shit, dude.
Losing Bravo.
One could argue like if the servers are an issue, right? And they've got contracts on the server, which is what I suspect is why they're not upgrading it. I think it's because they've got like contracts with the server things, and they, like if they break the contracts, they'll still have to pay for it, right? Or something like that. So it's like, dude, if we upgrade now, like to like better servers, we're gonna be like paying for servers that we're not using. What I was
Incoming suspect.
wondering is why can't they, now that Microsoft owns them, there's like they have a ton of properties, right?
We're losing Alpha.
Target in the open. Hostile.
Why can't Microsoft just transfer the server
Planning on giving up. Do it, damn.
contracts to another game that doesn't require such things and then just upgrade the COD servers?
Incendiary. Target is dust.
Fucking me.
Like, couldn't they just transfer those contracts to another game,
Get the hell out of here.
like the shitty servers, and then just upgrade the servers for COD, so they don't lose the money? Like, is the contract so like sticky that like you have to play only COD on these servers? That's why they can't upgrade it. Oh, like I'm actually like curious why exactly they can't upgrade the servers. I don't think it's. I think during the Activision Blizzard era, right, of ownership, I would 100% say yeah, it was probably them being stingy about it, right? They didn't want to foot the bill knowing they'd get away with it, right? In my opinion, now that Microsoft owns it, I don't think it's a matter of them. I'm sure there's partially it is them being stingy. Like, it's like, dude, do we need to do this? But at the same time, I feel like Microsoft now has this really long-term invested interest in seeing the success of Call of Duty continued. That doing what needs to be done will happen. But why isn't it happening sooner is the question, right? Like, what is the reason behind it? Like, dude, come on, man. See, I'll tell you one thing, right? The community, like how vocal the community is, you know, like, and even as masses, like, the community tends to think and delude ourselves into thinking we know best for the future of this game. Like, and this happens in almost all the games. The community thinks they know best, right? They think they know better. And this is especially true in COD, but it applies to so many games, including Halo. I'm going to save an example for my counter to why it's not the truth. Okay? The community thinks they know best, and often we know what we want, but it doesn't necessarily mean we know best, is my point. Like, and my counter argument to this is X-Defined. The community pushed a lot of shit onto the X-Defined developers. We want this, we want these things, we want this. And in all honesty, in my personal opinion, a lot of the things that the community was pushing the developers and the developers kind of did and caved into doing wasn't actually what was best for the game's future and success. Like, there's a lot of pressure to put in search and destroy into the mode. That wasn't necessarily a good idea. That wasn't a particularly, like, and this is just, it goes so much deeper with X-Defined how much the community actually fucked up with what they were requesting. Versus what was actually needed.
We have to take this objective. Objective capture complete. Impact grenade.
And the same applies to COD. Like, there's all too often where the community just thinks they know what is best. And often the reality is like, yeah, things like that might improve the game and all, but it doesn't necessarily. In fact, just another game recently did something like this, okay, that I'm now like super concerned. Like, how is this gonna like long-term affect the game? Helldivers, right? Helldivers 2 just did their first collab, okay? Like, they did this collab with Killzone. So it wasn't like they were reaching out far into like Killzone's obviously a PlayStation thing, you know, like Helldivers is kind of being But they put these like big shop bundles, okay? And it was really expensive stuff and all, right? Like the store stuff was like kind of overpriced from what we were used to in Helldivers, okay? And it got like a lot of like negative like flack from the community, okay? A lot. To the point where like the developers in Helldivers felt so bad for the negative like all the negative like reaction to it that they just ended up giving the second portion of the collab for free. So it was like basically there was going to be 2 store rotations with the part of the collab, and they just basically gave the entire second store rotation for free to everyone as like kind of a, yo, we messed up kind of thing and all. But the reality is like, did they actually mess up? Or was it just like the communities being little bitches because it was too expensive and they didn't want to fucking like pay the like thing? And mind you, the collabs and all are gonna be like fucking like, it would be nice to see a lot of new collabs in the game. But now like how much of the game's collabs are we gonna see now? Because the community was a little bitchy about this one. So this game is so laggy.
Enemy grenade!
Like this is gonna have 100% a negative like effect on like the quality of collab stuff that we see in the future of Helldivers.
Enemy UAV inbound. Bravo is on. Losing fear.
And people's like arguing like, no, we paid for the game and all that. Dude, it's still a live service game, dude. The development, the ongoing development, it's gonna cost money and stuff like that. They need to make money, dude. Like, even if the like price was a little expensive, dude. Now, I do think, as a consumer, it was kind of like pricey, right?
Hostile shooter.
Controlling Bravo. Bravo zone secure.
But that kind of like, we know best, this is too expensive, let's throw a fit about it and shit like that. It will have like negative repercussions, future repercussions for the future of like collabs in Helldivers. 100%. Actually, the joke is, they were so scared that they were gonna get like negative like, because initially it was gonna be a war bond, right? Like kind of like the Helldiver Battle Pass, but they were gonna need to charge more for the war bonds, right? Because it was a collab, so like they needed to make a little more than what they usually charge for. Thing. And they didn't want to like get the negative like reaction from that, so they were trying the store route, saying like, okay, it's store stuff and all that.
I never forget this.
I would have preferred the war bond. Like in my head, like charging a little extra for the war bond being a special collab and all, I wouldn't have minded it, right? I'd have been like, yeah, that makes sense, right? Like, I don't mind spending a little bit for the war bond. But like when people found out about like the war bond cost being more or something, they're like, I'm glad they didn't do that. The war bond being this much is so important. It's like, dude, what are you talking about, dude? The war bond being cheap as fuck isn't so important, dude. Getting cool, like these cool collabs and all, and cool stuff to like thing, I wouldn't mind paying a little bit more for the war bond, right? I mean, I guess it depends on how much more they were expecting for the war bond. But, like, if it was just a little bit extra and shit, I'd be like, yeah, that's cool.
SATCOM, get a care package on my location. Authorizing POV ECM mission. Eyes in the sky.
100% like community, like threw a fit. We know best. We don't want to spend like this. It's gonna have a negative impact on future collabs. 100%.
Nazir requesting strategic bomber run.
Enemy mine, front.
Enemy CUAV inbound.
The same thing. Okay, the same thing happened. Like, okay, from Modern Warfare 2019 to
Tighten up and show some spur.
I think Vanguard even included this.
Spotted enemy spring mine.
Losing A.
Getting the functional weapons, you just needed to play 15 games and do a challenge each game. Like, as long as you completed the challenge within, you had to play 15 matches completing a challenge, specific challenge. That's how you got functional weapons. The community used to throw a fit about this. Okay? I actually didn't mind doing the 15 games because it was like a stream for me. Like, I jump on, stream the 15 games or whatever, completing the challenge, unlock the functional weapon, great, right? It was literally one sitting, you could play the 15 games. Usually the challenge was pretty basic, anyone could do it, right? But like the complaint was, I'm a good player, I should be able to complete the challenge faster than bad players. Why am I forced to play the 15 games? Whereas like, if I can do the challenge faster than anyone else, I should get this faster, right? So that was the complaint. Now, arguably, the last few years, like specifically last year and all, the challenge for the functional weapons actually became a lot easier, right? They still had challenges tied to like unlocking like, you know, the secret sector that they did last year. That's how they were doing it. But the sector would require you to do 5 challenges and they were really basic, easy challenges. Didn't require match completion, like you need to do 15 matches doing this, right? So you got the like weapon pretty quickly if you're a good player, right? Could do the challenges really fast. Look what we're doing now. Look at what they've done now with the thing. They're tying the like functional weapons to events that are very time grindy. Last time it was 1,000 kills, which arguably you're not doing in 15 games, right? For the drill. The second functional weapon was the special weapon thing, the whatever that pistol thing was or whatever, like SMG pistol hybrid, right? That was community challenge. So it was completely time gated. You couldn't get it until like the community challenge was complete and they had control of how fast the community challenge was actually progressing. We want to actually in control of that. So it took as long as it took. This one, for a lot of people, the event was bugged out, but this grind, it's going to take anywhere from like 12 plus hours to complete if you actually had to do it from 0 to the 280 required thing or whatever, right? To get your 12 like gifts. 12 hours versus 15 games. It's gotten so much worse. But arguably, why isn't this opening?
Charlie, locked down.
What the fuck is going on with this?
Secure an Alpha. Take it B.
Was there any reason the community to throw a fit about the 15 games? Like, realistically.
Target is dust.
We got the lead. Now hold it.
This community knows best thing and all that. It doesn't always play out the way we want it to play out.
Enemy grenade.
And arguably, you can say no, but the community never said to do it this way.
UAV inbound.
No, the argument during the 15 games was absolutely, if you're gonna time gate something, if I'm a better player, I should be able to get it faster. That was the argument. And theoretically, if you're a good player, you can get this faster than the bad players.
UAV established overhead.
Because you had to collect those tokens.
Napalm strike incoming. UAV inbound.
I'm on the OBJ.
Come on.
Thought I might see you here.
But it is absolutely not faster than what it used to be. And mind you, them selling the like weapon as soon as like they put out the challenge, that used to happen also in the 15 game one and all that. Right?
Hostile UAV established overhead.
So you could always bypass the challenge. But the challenge wasn't so bad that like you're forced to bypass it if you want it in a reasonable hour.
Established overhead. Enemy CUAV inbound. Taking Bravo underway. Taking B.
I'm not saying the community is wrong, but it's like, I don't know.
Securing C.
I'm just saying like sometimes community's tantrums will result in a negative, something even worse for the game. In X Defiance case, it like resulted in people just not giving a shit about the game. They complain about things they want for the game, but when those things were added, it didn't bring any of those idiots back. And it wouldn't have either.
Incoming frag.
And arguably the people that were playing the game had no interest in fucking search and destroy for the most part. It was like a dead mode in my region.
Lost B.
Alive. Crimson is in PIA. Putting mission done. Expect resistance.
drone deployed.
Destination marked.
Requesting recon above.
Losing Bravo. DPR drop detected. Losing B.
Semtex drone.
Side.
Got me eyes in the sky.
UAV in the turret. Be advised.
Secured.
Bye bye.
UAV prep for launch.
Dude, I haven't seen a single one of those fucking event things drop once this whole time.
UAV ECM mission.
Out of all the people I've killed, not one of them has dropped anything.
Focus is in position, deploying ECM.
OBJ.
Oh, there we go. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Loading fuel reserve to 50%.
Securing B.
Detected.
Walking a thin line.
Got me eyes in the sky.
Enemy
Losing B. Taking A.
Enemy grenade. Keep them off me. Dash counter UAV above. Nazir authorizing UAV mission.
Counter UAV operations overhead.
UAV accepts surveillance.
Tractor move.
We're losing Charlie. Enemy UAV inbound.
Counter UAV power at 50%.
We lost C. Take it out.
Focus terminating ECM operations.
Losing Bravo.
Thanks for the win. UAV overflight terminated.
Doing Alpha. Zone Alpha captured. Bravo lost. Taking Bravo underway. Back up.
Eyes on
Locking down Charlie.
Like, I actually genuinely like do think like a lot of the community suggestions that were like taken in X-Defiant
Roll Bravo.
had a massively detrimental like effect on the game. Massively. Like I don't know like
Established above.
I don't know how much of like the community's wishes were had the effect that it did versus like how much the developers wanted to do this anyway kind of thing. Yeah, like search and destroy or something like that, right? But
Lost A.
like it's possible the developers wanted search and destroy in the game, and you know like the community asking for it wouldn't have changed the fact that they did that, right? But that doesn't change the fact that they wasted a lot of time on some of that shit
UAV on grid.
when they could have been improving other aspects of the game that would have actually been beneficial to the community. Long term, like, thing, right?
They're taking all zones.
Confirming kill.
Taking it.
Locking location. Keep them up.
Securing C.
Attack down. Requesting recon overhead.
UAV in the turret. Be advised.
Actually, the same thing, I actually believe the same thing about Prestige. The Prestige in this game. Like, for, like, since 2019, people have been moaning about how bad the new Prestige system is. It doesn't incentivize, like, playtime and stuff like that, right?
We're losing Charlie.
And
Enemy CUAV.
arguably, like, I think the traditional Prestige system, the one they've brought back for this game, everyone, all the OGs are like so happy they finally brought it back and all.
We've lost Charlie.
I do think like for the short term, it is like it did definitely make me want to play the game more. Like I was grinding the game out a hell of a lot, season 1 and preseason or whatever, right? In comparison to the other games. But I think once I hit max prestige, I don't know how much more, like, how long-term committed I'm gonna be, like, to this game. I don't know. It definitely depends. It does depend on, like, what exactly the live service is gonna be like come season 2, and the, like, incentives that are, like, appealing to me. It was, like, retention incentives or whatever the fuck, right? At the moment, if it's like season 1 and all, like where it's like, oh, you get your functional weapon if you put 15 hours of game time into this event. It's like, dude, I don't know if I give a shit about that, dude. Like maybe I'll just wait till the event's over and then I'll see how it is in the army unlock system. I'll grind this and that, right? It's probably gonna be equally as bad, right? Like, come on, I'm telling you, this AMR sniper rifle, my guess is it's going to be an XP requirement to unlock the AMR sniper rifle, right? Once it goes into the army unlock, that's what I think the other weapons are in the army unlock, if it actually functioned. I don't know if the army unlock thing is working at the moment. But it's going to be an XP thing. Dude, there's no way they're going to ask you to play 15 hours of game time worth of XP to unlock the AMR in the army unlock. There's no way. It's gonna be way less than that, right? So arguably, like, you can be like, no, but you got the cosmetics and stuff like that, right? That's the other thing. Like, they brought back 100% in this game, and everyone's like, I'm doing 100% of challenges. I'm gonna complete the game. Blah blah blah. You know what's been in the back of my head with the 100%er shit? It's like, dude. Why the fuck do I care about 100%er? I'm betting money half of those calling cards are AI generated. Right? I'd bet money like at least 3/4, if not more than 3/4 of all the like calling cards, earnable calling cards, and probably the purchasable calling cards too, are probably AI generated. We know for a fact they're doing AI generated shit as far as calling card designs and backgrounds and stuff like that, right? Like those like backdrop pictures. Those are 100%. There's definitely been some of them that are confirmed AI generated, right? So what makes you think the 100% calling cards aren't also? So what, I'm gonna like put like a shitload of time into completing 100% for a bunch of AI generated like calling cards. That, mind you, my biggest complaint about this shit anyway is year on year they just reset that shit, so you don't get to carry that stuff over. I've always said, like, you know, if at least the calling cards, charms and stuff like that, camos and all carried over, that would be something. At least something, like, okay, who gives a shit, it's AI generated. You know, you unlock the cool calling cards, you can use it for the rest of your life while playing this game. But that's not how it works. Next year, it's going to be another 100% set of challenges, more than likely going to be AI generated calling cards and stuff like that. And mind you, I actually don't have a problem with it being AI generated and shit like that. It just, for me, it's like, who cares then? Like, why do I care if it's, like, why, that doesn't make it special. It makes it less special, arguably, right? It's like, I don't care that they did that. It's like, just loses its value a little bit more so. It's like, dude, who cares now?
Starting capture. I'm on the OBJ. Get out.
Lock down in.
Xbox, what's up? I don't think the voice, like, it's not, the voices aren't AI generated, but there were there were no protections against them doing AI generated, like utilizing the voices. So the voice actors in zombies were real, like voice actors, but the contracts basically didn't protect the voice actors from potentially, like, if they wanted to AI generate the voices, right? They could. And that is definitely a concern for like the voice actors, because, you know, like when they're doing some event or something, they're not thinking of like voices and stuff like that in the events. Like sometimes it's kind of like spur of the moment, like the marketing stuff, right? And they might want to just throw like a quick voice from some of the voice actors from the zombie crew to promote the new Gobblegum event that they're doing, right? So theoretically, they could end up just doing like some. They could use like some voice AI thing just so they don't need to call in the like actors again, right? The voice actors again, just for something small, right?
Enemy dropped.
Enemy UAV inbound.
So there was no protections against them doing something like that, which is what the like voice actors were trying to fight against, are trying to fight against, right? Because in reality, even if it's something small, the voice actors should get paid for it. Like, if I was gonna compensate, like this is like, I don't know how, I don't know what the voice actors would prefer, but like, in fact, this AI thing is kind of interesting because like I've been thinking about it because YouTube sort of just gave the option to like AI, like you could give permission for like AI companies to train using your videos, right? And YouTube sort of like opened up that like option to like the content creators. Do you want to give like companies permission to do it? Do you want to specify which companies can do it versus which ones can't? It's like that, right? So
Don't worry. Happens to the best.
what's interesting is like my personal opinion is like I actually don't have any problem with like AIs using my videos for training the AI system and stuff like that, right? But I at the same time do think there should be some level of compensation, right? So in the voice actor's case, right, maybe they can compromise with the voice actors where like AI usage of their voice like reproduction is possible, but if it's ever needed to be used, even if you're modifying the voice so it doesn't sound like the original voice actor, if you're using that information, the actors should get compensated in some form. Maybe not full compensation for doing like coming into studio and doing the voice acting, but some form of compensation, right, would be appropriate. So even if the voice actors die, and you know, like now they want to use, but they want to like finish off the story for zombies using the same voice actors, I think Microsoft could send money, like be like, okay, we're doing AI voices, but we will pay like the family of the voice actor, so you are still getting paid, right? Again, I'm not saying pay the voice actors the same amount if you're using their AI voices, like because they're obviously not coming to studio to do the voice acting and all that, but you are utilizing their stuff for the AI to like replicate, or even if you're using it just to train the AI, you still deserve some form of recognition that you were part of that training and you are responsible. Like, dude, you know, like I don't know what it is, right? About like the modern people, right? But citing your sources and all that stuff was so important in my day, dude. Like, you could straight up fail your entire like essay if you didn't put your sources. Like, if you didn't have that section where you like cited your sources, your entire essay would be like null and void. Like you'd fail. Like you had to have your sources in every like what's it called, thing that you submit, right? All those like essays that you had to do or whatever, like research essays and shit. So sourcing your things is important, right? So I think when you're training AI and all, having those sources is so important. So like if there is issues and all, dude, when people like nowadays people like talk as if they know everything, right? But most of the time it's like these idiots just fucking quote tweeting some shit, like they're just regurgitating some Twitter nonsense that they've read. But if you actually see where the source comes from and you like realize it's from some Twitter idiot that doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, how much of that shit would you believe? Versus when someone's coming and shouting in your face, this is what it is, blah, blah, blah. But if they told you like, oh, by the way, my source is some fucking imbecile who's just put a tweet out, you'd be like, yeah, I don't know how much of that shit I believe, right? The same applies to like citing your sources, giving credit where credit is due, right? This needs to be implemented into AI technology. Like, similar to like Wikipedia, right? You see like who has edited the Wikipedia page, so you know the sources that created whatever it did, right? That is what's important. If you get an information from an AI thing, or if you're getting a voice, like you're creating a voice, all the like voices that had whatever to train to produce that specific sound that the AI thing is creating should be listed, right? And in voice actor cases, you should probably be compensated to a certain extent for that every time it's used, right? So it's not like, oh, I'm gonna pay you one time and now I can use your voice for the rest of eternity. What it should be is like every time that AI thing is utilizing my voice to create a synthetic voice similar or in like it's, even if it's a mixture of two different voices, then that means two different people should be getting paid for that, right? The two people that had a hand in creating that voice, even if the AI was the one meshing it together, right? Again, how much compensation and all, I don't know. That's sort of like the gray area that AI technology is in right now, right? And I do think like, it makes sense to a certain extent, like, dude, you don't want to necessarily, like, when you, like, say there's a small event, like I said, the Gobblegum event, and you just want to have, like, 3 or 4 lines from the zombie character say something, to market the event, whether it be in-game marketing or, whatever it is, right? It's not just, like, the payment for, like, the voice actors is part of the expense, right? But also the studio time, then the recording stuff, the recorders and all that, all those, like, it is a humongous crew that's involved with just capturing some new voice lines, right? So it sort of makes sense, like, companies want to be like, yo, we just want to do a small thing that, marketed this thing. To re-record those voices, it's going to cost so much more. Can we just use an AI kind of sound alike for your voice? But again, even if they're doing that, the voice actors need to be compensated for those lines every time. This is not like a one-time purchase thing. See, this is the problem. Right now, a lot of these companies and all are doing this, like, you're signing a contract and it's like a one-time sell your like voice forever. Right? It's like, no, now we own this voice, so whenever we want to do it, we'll do it. That's not how it should be. It should be like, yeah, you can use my voice to, like, oh, you just need to do a few lines. You don't need me to come into studio. You can do it through the AI. That's fine. How much are you paying me for that, though? Because you still need to be paid for that. Right? I think that's the important thing that they should be, like, negotiating. Having the AI technology and utilizing that, it's one thing. It's fine. But how much it's used and then how much the person is compensated for that usage, needs to be more set in stone. It's right now it's so ambiguous. People don't understand it, and people think like, oh, if I give my voice to AI technology, they can use it for the rest of eternity, right? And at the moment, it is sounding like that's what's happening, but that's not how it should be, and that's not how a lot of things ever happened in the past. That's not how it used to be, right? So it needs to get to that point where it's like AI technology is not only citing its sources every time it's spitting out its bullshit, so you know where this, like, dude, when you ask a question to an AI thing and it's telling you to put like rubber in your mouth or putting like fucking some shoe polish on your pizza and that's a good topping for your pizza and all that, right? It's like clearly this AI has been trained by some fucking moron, right? And this has been happening, right? Where the AI technology has just been like spitting out some dog shit. It's really important that the AI technology cite its sources so it protects itself at the same time, right? It's like, yeah, we just gave you some really bad information through the AI tech, but we also cited the sources. And if you look at the sources, it clearly shows like some comedian actually was part of this information package. And maybe you should have looked at the sources and you would have realized what we were suggesting was a joke, because the sources clearly showed that that was part of the training, right? Right now, the AI technology just spits out, do this. You can do this. And it's not citing no sources. So it's like, oh, the AI knows best because it was trained by like professionals, right? But it might not have been, right? I don't understand how sources aren't so important in this, like with the AI technology, dude. If like anything, citing your sources protects the AI companies better than not doing it by hiding that information. Again, I don't know, man. I don't really even use AI technology. Maybe they do cite their sources, and people are still fucking morons. I don't think they do, though. Like, I know a lot of them probably don't bother. Maybe some do. But again, citing your sources, to a certain extent, depending on how you're utilizing that source and where you got it, maybe the person needs to be compensated for that information also. And I'll tell you another thing. If you're compensating the person that you're sourcing, okay, then they become more responsible for that information also, right? Like you can absolutely point your finger to that person and be like, no, the source, this is the source. He's the one who gave this as the information. This is where the AI got the information from. Like, if there's any legal ramifications to this, maybe you need to look at them, right? Again, it's such a gray area because the way the AI will reword something and it sort of makes it its own, right? Information. It's like, then depending on like how the AI technology is spitting out that information, maybe it's misinterpreting the person that it's sourcing also, right? So like, then how do you put the blame on the person? Like, it's such a weird fucking area for sure. Like, I think when it comes to information and all, sources are important, but then the compensation becomes like iffy. Like, how do you compensate for like information like that? But then when it comes to voice acting, like even like facial, like like, you know, the character, like things like art and stuff like that, it becomes kind of easier. Like, yo, the AI knows what it's mimicking when it's mimicking, like where the inspirations are coming from for the art, right? It might have been trained by a ton of different artists, but sometimes when it's like creating its pieces and all, it knows very specifically what it's mimicking and all, the very specific art pieces that it is, right? And the same with the voices. It should know where the voices that are being utilized for that specific piece that it... So I think that way, those aspects, crediting the real artists, crediting the real like actors and voice actors and everything, the real people, it becomes a little bit easier. to source that, hence providing compensation for the people on case-by-case thing. The problem with this idea of like paying the individual fee versus just a set fee makes AI technology actually become very expensive. And right now the appeal for AI technologies is cheap, right? But if you are actually paying the individuals for that, you like once you steal their voice and you have to pay them each time individually for that usage, right? It suddenly becomes significantly more expensive. It's not quite as cheap anymore. Like, what the idea should be is it should be cheaper than the real thing, but not so cheap that like it's devaluing the everything, right? Right now it's like, oh, it's so cheap, we can use this and we'll never have to pay these guys again and all that blah blah blah. That's not how it should be.
Grenade incoming.
Again, just the like cost of studio costs and all like that, like when you look at that like that, like dude, it is gonna be a lot cheaper to do like AI things, even if you're compensating the individual for that AI voice that you're utilizing individually every time, right? You're still gonna be saving a ton of money. But right now it's like a fucking Wild West. It's like you can just fucking don't need to pay the actors nothing. You don't need to pay the studio nothing. It's so cheap. It's like, dude, come on, man.
Get a UAV on grid.
Losing Bravo.
UAV in the turret.
Requesting recon above.
And also, like, long-term wise, like, utilizing a voice and keeping track and continuously paying them becomes problematic. You know, like,
Securing Zone A.
Semtex out.
it's not always practical to do that kind of stuff. I'll tell you a little story. Like, this is one of my biggest regrets as a photographer, okay? After graduating from college, okay, I moved to San Diego, and
Losing Bravo.
I was in college. I'd made a pretty decent portfolio for myself and like that, right? But I was trying to get my like name out there and stuff like that, and kind of upgrade, you know, put more stuff in my portfolio and stuff like that, right? So I worked with a modeling agency, like really nice lady who owned the modeling agency and all. Like they were really good people. The very family-like modeling agency and all. So nothing negative about the modeling agency or anything like that, right? But what I did was I was like a little too generous about it. I didn't want to like take advantage of the models and stuff like that. So the modeling release that I created for those pictures during that time were portfolio only. So like I was like, look, you know, the modeling release allows me to use these pictures just for my portfolio, my website, and all to promote myself and all that, and I won't use it for anything else without your permission, right?
Enemy UAV inbound.
And we were doing this for free. Like I didn't charge them or anything like that. So I was doing it for free. Like it was kind of like trade of service, right? They could, like, I'd give them copies of the pictures so they can use it for their portfolio, and I'd use it. They'd do the modeling, I'd do the photography. I had like makeup artists and stuff also that would come, and we all shared the photos, right? I gave a copy to everyone of the photos, and everyone was allowed to use it for their portfolio, right? But in reality, dude,
Losing B.
all those photos that I did, and I did a lot of them, like I took a lot of pictures of a lot of the models and stuff like that,
Bravo.
and I created this humongous portfolio, of like photos. But in reality, like none of that shit really had any value. What most photographers do is you sign a model release and the photographer owns the like photos forever. It's theirs forever. Because they're the photographer, right? So what most photographers do is, yeah, they build their portfolio like that, right? They do that stuff by building their portfolio. But potentially, all those photos can be sold to stock agencies later on, right? And, you know, they potentially could make money if, like, someone buys the image from the stock agency, right? So there is a bit like more value to it. But because I had done like that model release where like it's only portfolio and all, none of that stuff, like, I mean, there's no way I was gonna risk putting any of that stuff or trying to submit that into like a stock photography agency. Because I didn't have the full rights to that. Like, I would have needed to contact the models, get permission for that, and then they would have probably expected to be paid for that picture, right? Because if I'm going to sell it or something, then they need to be paid for it. But the reality is, like, there's no guarantee that those stock images would have ever sold either, right? It's like, so like,
Have some goddamn
all that work
enemy UAV.
was just for portfolio pictures. And I never used it for anything else, right?
Net call. Net on strike. Inbound.
And in all honesty, in my opinion, a lot of those pictures weren't even worth portfolio time.
Established overhead.
I should have made them sign a contract where I own the full rights of the photos. Because the joke is, I could have maybe put them into stock agency, and very likely none of them would have sold. But at least I would have had rights to it, right? Now say like, now it's been like 20 years or something. I don't even know how long it's been since I did that, right? It was when I graduated from college. Say a company decides like, oh, they look through my portfolio and I'm showing these old pictures and all that. And for some reason or whatever, they're like, oh, I really like this. I want to use this, right? I would need to find that model and get permission from her. It's been like fucking 15 years now. I'm never going to find these models. So all those pictures are like now completely a waste. Unless I'm still using it in my portfolio, which I'm not. I don't even have a portfolio anymore because I don't do photography, right? In my mind back then, like I was like, dude, I'm trying to be a professional photographer. My old photos mean nothing. It's what I'm doing currently that means something. That's why I didn't ever care that I wasn't getting like full release signs and all. Like it didn't matter to me because I was like, dude, what does it matter? I'm hopefully gonna be successful photographer and be earning money through my current photography, not my past photography, right? But in reality, a stock agency photography and all, it's not lucrative, but it's a smart way of handling your old photos. And I should have thought of it that way. But yeah, the long and short story of it is AI technology trying to compensate individuals on an individual by individual basis long term becomes less and less practical because it becomes harder and harder to contact people once they move somewhere or do something and you lose touch with them, right? But like in my photography case, right, I just won't use that anymore. Like, I can still use it for my portfolio, but if anyone asks, can we use this? I'll have to just say no. And that's how it should be in AI technology also, I guess. Once you lose, you can't pay the individual on an individual basis or compensate them for that stuff on an individual basis. Maybe it's time to move on and find a new voice and remove that from the catalog.
Capture the objective.
I don't know how that functions with AI technology though, man. if you remove something from like the memory bank, what happens like to that AI thing? I mean, it's not like a human, right? You can delete something from its memory bank and it should be fine, right? It should still function.
Charlie.
Tack off on the lines overhead.
Losing Bravo. Bravo lost.
I'm on the
Enemy
objective.
UAV inbound.
When I got coffee,
Sam turret up.
Yeah, I mean, like with AI technology, I'd wager like if you remove something from its memory, it still functions, right? That's why like when like AI does or says something wrong, you can delete that information from its memory, so it doesn't repeat that mistake again, right? Like when it's telling you to put rubber on your pizza or something, you need to delete whatever that source was, so like it doesn't keep telling people to put rubber on their pizza. The same should apply to like voice training and stuff like that, or AI voice things. Once you lose the
Securing Alpha. Losing
rights to that voice, and you no longer can compensate the person on an per basis, maybe it's time to fucking remove that and not use that anymore.
enemy UAV inbound.
enemy assault pack destroyed.
And actually, that should be really easy for like AI tech to do. You're no longer using that information. You no longer can compensate the person for that information. It's time to like remove it from your data bank, so it doesn't get utilized anymore. But yeah, like I said, back in photography world days, it was extremely common to force the models to sign permanent releases for the photography, right? In fact, the weird thing was like people started getting like funny about photos, like signing that release, because what was happening was Photoshop had just become a big thing, right? Digital photography was a big thing, and Photoshop. So, oh my god, what the fuck? I didn't realize there's an enemy utterly meleeed me. That fucking.
Taking B. Locked out. Securing C. Zone C secure. Enemy UAV inbound. Hostile UAV. Bravo locked. Hostile counter UAV established above.
Yeah, people like the models and all were scared because you theoretically could like cut their faces out and all from the picture and then paste it on another picture and stuff and all.
Pulse in your AO.
So it was already getting kind of edgy with
Away.
photography that way. Like it's like, oh my god,
Enemy UAV inbound.
if you own all the rights, that means you can do this to the photo and all that. Yeah, but I'm not gonna do that. I guess technically you could do that.
Capture underway.
Enemy napalm strike incoming. Hostile UAV established above. LCR incoming. Hostile UAV established overhead. Taking A. Enemy UAV inbound. Securing zone A.
Like for the photographer, it was like the mindset wasn't like, oh, I'm gonna fucking cut this girl's head off and put it on a naked body and like try to sell the picture and all. That was not what our mindsets were. Our mindset was like, dude, we need full rights, so we don't need to fucking contact you if we put this in a stock agency and then all. And mind you, this actually happened to me. Like one of the modeling pictures I had, okay, like I had done, TV like brand wanted to use the picture for their boxes. Like they sell the TVs that come in like the cardboard boxes. They wanted to put like the picture as like one of the images. And unfortunately, that particular model, I had gotten really mad at. It was like I had worked with a couple of modeling agencies in San Diego, and I got really like irritated at the modeling agency. So I didn't really want to deal with them anymore because they were fucking like weirdos. So I couldn't even sell that picture because I couldn't reach out. Like I'd have had to reach out to that modeling agency and I didn't want to because I already thought they were kind of fucking weird. And they knew it, but I thought that. Like I got mad at them. They like the reason I got mad at them was they were like one of those modeling agencies that did high fashion models, but like some of the models they had were underage, and it was like fucking weird. Not the girl that I photographed. The girl I photographed was legal age and all, but still like high fashion like underage models were fucking weird thing to do, man. It was like super popular to do that shit in photography. So you gotta be careful, man. Fucking these fashion like photographers and model agencies and models and all. A lot of them aren't fucking legal. Fucking like little kids, man. Because they want that super thin fucking body, right? Like those like fucking pubescent bodies and fucking models. So I didn't really like that company and all that. Kind of made my distaste known about that shit, which did not please them at all. Like, fuck off, man. Shit. I was doing my photos for free, man. The last thing I want to fucking do is take pictures of like fucking kids, man. What the fuck am I gonna do with those pictures, man?
We're losing Alpha. Taking A.
But yeah, because I was generous with my modeling release and I was like only portfolio and all. There's like no chance of me actually using those pictures without getting permission after the fact. Whereas if I had gotten full rights to the pictures, I could have sold them and it wouldn't have mattered. Like I wouldn't have needed to contact them. Right? I could have sold the picture to the TV thing and made a shitload of money. I don't really regret it though. I honestly don't think the TV company would have bought the picture anyway. They like went in like so it would have just been me sucking up to that modeling agency for nothing.
All stations, we are fucking fucked.
Which I wasn't gonna do. The main modeling agency I worked with was like really cool people though. Like I said, like family friendly people, and models were really cool. Like the people. But still, like I said, none of those pictures are worth a goddamn thing. They're just like not even worth looking at honestly anymore. Because it's like, dude, what the fuck am I gonna do with this shit? And I guess like, see Here's the argument for why it is important that the photographer has rights to those photos. Okay, for me, like, oh my god, I did it. Let's go. I didn't even realize I was this close. Done. Yeah, I'm still searching, am I? Oh yeah. I'll finish my story, but let me enjoy this for a moment. Let's go. It's over. This was the last fucking goal I had for this stupid game. I have no interest in going for 1,000. So that's not a goal. This was though, finishing the 10th prestige. Right, cool. We'll keep playing like I said, and then we'll look at the stuff at the end. Yeah. So here's the argument why it's important. Okay. When I was doing those photos, my mentality was like, I'm trying to be a famous photographer. What's important is what I'm doing now, not what I did in the past, right? That's why I didn't bother with the model release, like being strict about it and being like, oh, I need to own all rights. I was fine with it just being portfolio only. And even though like I was never going to make money off it, you know, it's fine. It's just going to be like, hopefully it would lead to me making money, right? Like real jobs, which it never did. I was fucking useless. But that's not the point. Why it's important is if you're a photographer, it's fine when you're young to have that mentality. Like what I'm doing now is what I should be paid for. What I did in the past is meaningless, right? But the older you get, when you become old, you rely on the revenue from your past photography. So those photos going to a stock agency and potentially earning you revenue through your old age is sort of your retirement plan, right? Like at a certain point, you can't do photography when you're old, right? It's not possible to keep doing it because it is kind of like difficult, right? So if you haven't earned a shitload of money through your photography, which a lot of artists don't earn a shitload of money while they're alive, hopefully their old content will earn them some money through their like remaining days, right? So that's the important aspect of it as a photographer, why it's important to have those things. Like right now, I don't earn nothing. And all that time I did those things, it didn't amount to nothing, right?
Eyes on hostile concussion.
But I mean, see, the thing is, that's not the same excuse. Like for an individual, I think it's one thing to say that. Dude, I fucking pressed, man.
Hardpoint active. Hostiles have the hard.
Hostile Semtex.
You've fallen behind.
What the fuck are these losers, man? Why do you play like this, man? Fuck out of here, you loser.
Confirm target. Throwing Semtex.
I think when it comes to companies and all, it's kind of different. They can afford to pay the individual. Dude, it's stuttering so much, dude. It's a 7-pin game. Stuttering.
SATCOM, requesting recon overhead.
UAV established.
These guys are fucking the biggest losers on the planet, dude.
UAV flight time.
Semtex out.
Hold my mouth. Mark.
Authorizing COV ACM mission. Got me eyes in the sky. Impact grenade.
Again, I think it's okay for a company to like want to like be able to use the voice as AI, but I think it's equally important that the people get compensated on an instance by instance basis, not just. Again, if you're using it as AI and all, maybe ask like a reduced cost and try to figure out what is the norm for a reduced cost of an instance by instance basis. This permanent owning shit, like, as much as I was like saying, you know, it was important for me to do that and all that, I didn't do it for a reason. Because it made everyone uncomfortable, dude. You can't fucking think like it always feels weird, like it's like you're signing your life away when you do that, right? See, the thing is, you're gonna save a lot of money, dude. The companies are still gonna save a lot of money if they're paying them instance by instance for the AI stuff. It's just not gonna be quite as much as if you owned full rights and you could do whatever you want and shit like that. And at a certain point, you're gonna need to find a new actor to if you can no longer like get the rights or you lose the like option, you know, like, and it's not possible, at a certain point you're gonna need to like find someone else to do it, right? Can't expect to like have it for like rest of eternity, right? I guess.
Hardpoint identified.
As much as it would be nice to.
Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint secure.
Like I said, it's still saving them a shitload of money. Like the compromise isn't a bad idea. But they want the cake and eat it too kind of bullshit.
Hostiles attached to the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down. Net call.
It's actually like the fucking AI shit right now. It's almost identical to what was going on in photography when Photoshop, like the photo editing became like massively like viable.
Tack off. Launch a UAV. Finish lines in sight. Don't let up. Hardpoint located. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
TACOM, get a UAV in the air.
Hardpoint secure. Hardpoint locked down. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Enemy using shock charge. What the hell was that?
Hardpoint is secure.
Like people are like freaked that, you know, like, what are you gonna do with the photo now that you can edit it into anything? And I guess there were a lot of weirdos that just did that shit, right? So it wasn't like the like fear wasn't there, because there are gonna be weirdos that think they just can do anything and everything with AI. They're already doing stupid shit like that, right?
Hardpoint active. Hardpoint is secure.
TACOM,
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down.
Incoming Semtex. Hostile gone. Impact grenade.
Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint is secure.
Neutralize.
But yeah, most of the time, these kind of like weird like open contracts and releases, like I own this forever. It's not really meant to be like nefarious. It's just like it's the common practice to protect yourself as like the company. It's like you don't want like 20 years down the line someone be like, oh, like here's another example, right? A lot of these racing games are closing, they're like completely shutting down because they've lost the rights to the like vehicles that they license for their game.
Napalm strike incoming.
They can no longer use the licenses for those vehicles, so it just makes more sense to close it down altogether than it is to, what's it called, try to renegotiate their license. Because renegotiating the license is damn, like, dude, it'll just cost them more money and it's not worth it. So, like, what happens, like, if you have a temporary license for something, right?
Hardpoint active.
And a few years down the line, you're no longer allowed to play zombies, Black Ops 6 zombies. Because Activision no longer holds the license for that stuff. Those voices. So it's like, and yeah, a lot of people are really mad. Like, dude, why are you taking down like the
Dead.
servers for these racing games. It's because these guys have lost the rights to like showcase those cars in their game anymore. So even though the game's ancient, they no longer have the rights to like even have it in their game. So the fact that it's a live game and all, like, it's like they can't have that. They only were licensed for X number of years, right? So it's usually that is the reason they try to get these like releases like open-ended, like I own it forever kind of thing. It's not because they want to like actually do weird shit, but that doesn't change the fact that if they wanted to do weird shit, and some people do weird shit, it could be done because of these open-ended releases, right? Like, in all honesty, if I had got the models to sign the like open-ended contract where I own the rights for everything, right? There's zero chance that I would have ever like used the photos, honestly, still. I probably wouldn't have bothered using it. Like, I wouldn't have bothered. Like I said, even that TV company that was like interested in the picture, I guarantee they wouldn't have bought it. Even if I said, yeah, I own all the rights to it, this is how much it costs, they probably wouldn't have bought it anyway. So I think it was just like them thinking of ideas at that time and they kind of were like speaking it out loud, but that wasn't their final decision. And most of those pictures that I took, even though I regret not having an open-ended release, they were just like fucking portfolio model, like, you know, like when you're a model, you have like a lookbook, right? Where you have all these different pictures of the way you look and all. Most of those pictures are just generic dog shit, which is what I had, like most of that shit was. So even in a stock agency instance, like if I was to submit it to a stock agency, very unlikely any of those pictures would have sold. Because there's just generic dog shit portfolio crap for like models more than anything else than actual like stock. Like usually stock images are like, it is a model, but it's portraying something, it's like doing something, whereas most of the pictures I was doing was just models looking good, that's all. It wasn't really them portraying anything special, anything unique. And I don't know, most of the, like, a lot of that shit would have been dated very quickly because, you know, model photos get dated really fast, fashion and all that shit doesn't like hold up in the long run. So realistically, even if I had those long-term releases, it probably wouldn't have done me anything good. Like I probably wouldn't have even bothered submitting it to like a stock agency, or even if I did submit it, it's very likely the stock agency would be like, yeah, there's no use to put this on our like stock agency. There's no point of it. And I sure shit wasn't trying to sell the images, like I'm gonna go sell this and all that. Nah, I didn't really give a shit about that. So I wanted to make, like I said, as a photographer, I wanted the job, current job. I didn't want the old stuff.
Incoming frag.
Securing out.
Stuff. Yeah, stock photography, the stuff that actually sells stock photography, it's
Securing mission target.
quite different. Where's this guy?
Securing out. Zone Alpha captured.
Back up. Requesting recon overhead.
Again, I think like
Locking down the objective. Keep them up.
with the voice actors, if you're gonna use AI to reproduce the voice, like what I'm talking about is like releases. Very likely the voice acting releases are permanent for those games, like those lines and all that particular voice dialogue that they gave for the game, that's permanent releases. Like when I was talking about games, like cars and all, those are licenses, right? So what, maybe the AI technology, you're licensing the voice, right? And as long as the voice is being licensed, you know, you can maybe utilize it for, again, instance by instance, smaller payments. And then once the license runs out, you know, then no longer you're allowed to even like use the instance by instance small payment option. Then you have to renegotiate the license. You know, something like that might be. Again, I don't know, man. Like, I haven't really looked into like what the voice actors really want from the protection. I'm just kind of spitballing like what I think might be potential resolutions. But again, I'm not 100% certain what exactly the actual like AI, I mean, what the actual demands are for the voice actors. So I don't know if this is even a possibility. But yeah, maybe licensing the voice with a like reduced kind of line by line payment option if utilized in AI. And once the licensing is over, they can no longer use the AI tech to reproduce that voice. You know,
Hostile contact.
and they'll have to get someone else. These things drop sometimes on assists also. But like the drops are so randomized still. That's why I don't understand what the fuck constitutes like it to drop for the event shit.
TACOM, establish counter UAV overflight. Taking Bravo.
Help me with this objective.
The teammate's so shit. What the fuck?
Losing Bravo. Bravo lost.
They're in
Counter UAVs overhead.
Incoming something. We have to take this objective.
Controlling Bravo. Securing B. Enemy UAV inbound.
these guys are such fucking dweebs, man.
UAV inbound. Losing A. Taking B.
Locking on the objective. Keep them up.
Taking Bravo underway.
Enemy on foot. SATCOM Nazir requesting CUAV. Nazir authorizing UAV mission.
UAV in the territory. Eyes on.
We're losing Alpha.
Starting
Down
capture.
Charlie.
Target is dust.
Reporting to
UAV fuel check 50%.
What is this guy doing? Fuck, I'm telling you, they need to remove the fucking rechamber when you spawn in. I think it's so dog shit, man.
Securing mission target.
The fucking hell, man.
Controlling Bravo.
I should kill them. I keep getting caught in the rechamber every time.
Stun incoming. Enemy
Poor
drop.
fool.
Securing Charlie. Securing C. Losing A. Bravo. Taking C. Task counter UAV above.
Incoming flashback.
Enemy UAV inbound. Bravo lost. Hostile UAV established overhead.
Hand cannon.
B secure. Losing B.
Enemy grenade. Flashbang.
Losing Bravo.
You know, I'll tell you one thing, man. There's a rumor that the Microsoft is creating a committee to like oversee like Call of Duty and like the year-to-year releases and like have an approval for Call of Duty kind of thing. I'd love to be on that committee, dude. Fuck, I'd love to. That would be such a cool job for me. Because I'd be useless at anything else in Call of Duty. But you're like fucking approving fucking things and all. I'd be good at that.
Crimson Agent KIA.
Hostile UAV established overhead. Control Bravo.
Incoming flashback. I'm on the OBJ. Take that
Bravo
cover.
underway.
Incoming flag.
Take it B. Net call. Napalm.
I've wanted to actually send my resume to Microsoft and Activision, but I don't even know who to do it to. And what I'd like apply for even. Like usually the jobs and shit that they like have and all, like I don't know, like I don't think I'd be.
Take it Bravo underway.
I just want to send my fucking application, be like, look man, I really like this game, can you give me a job? I'll do anything. I'll clean the bathrooms. No, I wouldn't. I fucking wouldn't clean the bathrooms.
Help me with this.
Too old for that. Maybe if I was like younger, I'd clean the bathrooms. Now in my old age. Not that, I mean, not that that's a bad job. That's not quite what I mean.
B locked down.
Back up. Requesting recon overhead.
I'll do anything that's fun. If it's not fun, then I don't want to do it. How about that? Can I apply for a fun job? Open-ended fun job?
UAV SPL 50%.
If it's not fun, I don't want to do it. Makes sense, right?
Midway fuel check complete.
UAV activity AO.
Backup's not coming. You want to get out of this alive? Better step up. Let's take it.
Neutralized.
Take it A. Losing B. Watchdog helo incoming at your location.
Watch out. Grenade. Incoming. Throwing subject. Enemy grenade.
All operators to your nearest
They outsmarted us. Let's get
We
the hell
just
out of
got
here.
our asses handed to us.
I didn't even check if my audio is working. Have I been talking to myself this whole time? Let me just check. 1 minute. Okay, good. The audio's working. I wasn't just babbling to myself this whole fucking stream. Fucking happened on the final stream the other time. Like, I was just babbling the whole stream and there was fucking no audio was coming through. They need to fix this shit. I'm already tired of seeing this nonsense. Dude, okay, I actually like misremembered this Prestige Master shit. I for some reason thought it was Master Prestige was the thing, not Prestige Master. And my initial title, and what I'll probably title it anyway, like once the stream goes into the archives, was like I've been naming like the road to mastery, like mastery camo and all, like Prestige and Mastery. So it's gonna be Prestige and Mastery, Master Prestige. I guess it's Prestige and Mastery, Prestige Master. Because when I was doing it was just fucking a title. But I thought it had like more like, you know, flow. Prestige and Mastery, Master Prestige. Whatever, I guess.
Hardpoint. Use of deadly force. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Enemy UAV inbound.
I got you.
Enemy UAV inbound. Hardpoint located. Hostile counter UAV established above. Hostile UAV established below. Hardpoint
Good
is
effect.
active. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Enemy UAV
Incoming
inbound.
sniper.
Hardpoint identified. Enemy
I'll tell you another thing. When like new technology and stuff, again, they're very similar to like Photoshop editing when like I was in college and all.
hardpoint locked down.
Like when this new technology and all happens, because you don't like even you don't know what exactly is the realistic use of it, right? Like you just don't know.
Counter UAV established above.
That's why like these contracts early on are so fucking like give us all rights, because with technology like AI and like when it was Photoshop, it's so unknown like what the potential of that was,
Hostile UAV established overhead.
like where it was going. So is way of protecting like yourself, like because of the technology being so kind of unknown, like the potential of the technology be so unknown. So it was just easier like give us all rights, because if the technology changes and we need to do something different and it's not in the contract, we lose all the rights and then suddenly it becomes a bit of a problem, right? So again, it's not necessarily being nefarious about it, it's just the unknown of the technology and how it's going to be, like how it'll function, you know, in the long run. But that also is what drives the fear. It's like, dude, what will they be able to do? Where will this technology go? And, you know,
Hardpoint is secure.
I'll tell you one thing, dude.
Identified.
Like photographers were trying to protect themselves with like the technology of like Photoshop and the digital photography and all so much, right?
Point active.
But the joke is digital photography actually ended up killing photography. Like, it's become so easy to, like, you know, everyone's got a cell phone with a really high-end camera that can do anything, right? And most of these TikTok, like, filter apps and shit like that are like a dime a dozen. What used to be like high-end digital, like, editing is now just one click away for anyone to do, right? It legitimately just killed photography like crazy. Like, okay, I actually graduated from the college that I graduated on, like called Brooks Institute of Photography. Okay, that was the name of it. It was the most renowned photography college in the world. It was the best in the world, no joke. Okay, well, like in the past. Okay, I'd actually say I was in like a really good time for the school. Because when I joined the school, like it was the transition stage between like film and digital. So we still learned film and all that, right? Like how to like process film and how to shoot. Like it's way more important than digital. But like by like our senior year and all, like everything was digital. But like the junior year and all, we had to learn everything like film and all that, right? Slowly, like the courses in the school became more and more like only like digital, and film was completely phased out of the education, right? But that's not the sad part of it. The sad part was digital became so easy and so accessible to everybody, and it basically shut down the school. Like Brooks Institute of Photography doesn't exist anymore.
Captured the hard point.
It went defunct. And it's 100% because of digital photography. Like, what's the point in teaching someone, like, charging thousands and thousands of dollars for educating kids when they can quite literally just click a button to do what they need to do? What are you charging me to do that for? Right? Like, the high-end editing and all that didn't exist anymore.
Supposed to be the CIA's best. Act like it.
Legitimately closed the best photography college in the world, digital. Like it didn't make sense.
Hardpoint is active. Hardpoint is secure.
And now it's like a nothing.
One in my sights.
Like I said, I'm actually like I'm not like salty about any of that though. Like I'm glad I went to the college because I learned like I got to experience the transition aspect of it. Like I said, so we did do like
Hardpoint locked down.
we did do like both film and digital, and that was kind of like cool. Like I actually learned. Like, there's a camera called 4x5 cameras. It's like the really old school film cameras. Like, you know, like you see in like the olden days where like they're standing behind, like they have the black cloth covering them and there's this giant fucking camera. No, I know how to use that. Like I trained with that. I used to have one, dude, like, because it was like an important aspect. Because before digital, on film days, the larger the like film, the higher the resolution of like, so if you're doing billboard photography and stuff back in the day, more times than not, the photographers needed to do it on 4x5 cameras. So the like resolution of the image on the billboards looked clear and sharp, right? So I actually learned that. But nowadays, like digital cameras are so high resolution, you can just snap a picture with a digital camera and you're good. You can do billboard size prints with it and without losing too much quality. Yeah. Learn 4x5 photography. Learn how to process black and white film. The one thing they had phased out by the time I joined was processing colored film. Like we didn't process like our own colored like film. That we like gave to like, you know, a film lab and they process the colors. But they used to teach that. But yeah, by the time I joined, they had stopped. They phased that out because I think the chemicals were like super dangerous. But black and white, we used to like process our own black and white photography and go to the print like dark room and print in like a thing and all. I don't know if I'd remember how to do any of that shit. I mean, I would remember how to do it. I just need to look it up just to like refresh my mind, but not that I would do it anymore. Again, I was really shit at all of that. I mean, I'll tell you. I was rubbish. But I learned all of that shit. Like my specialty in photography was architecture and portraiture and like people style, like not just portraiture, but like portraiture and fashion and stuff like that. Those were like my two main specialties. And then I had I double majored, so I also like majored in commercial print for like advertising, like the print advertising kind of aspects of stuff. There's heavy emphasis on photography, print advertisement. But yeah, all of that shit just was like completely useless. I didn't utilize any of it to any real effect. I always had all these fucking hobbies that cost a fucking crazy amount, and then I just dropped the hobby. Like I did invest so much into it, and then I just like over it. I'm like, dude, I can't do this anymore. Like sports and all, I'd buy all the fucking equipment and shit, and then like suddenly I'd have a bad game, and I'm like, fuck it, I don't want to play this game anymore. Just the way I was. It used to drive my parents crazy. It was like, dude, you fucking wasted just so much money on this hobby of yours, and you're dropping it. And then I did it with my career also. He spent a ton going to the best photography college in the world. Studied, graduated, invested. And then just like, I can't do this shit. I hate it. I guess nothing really to be proud of. More of a fucking flaw than anything else. But yeah, that's just how it went down in my life. And there's a lot of things, like, mind you. I had like a shitload of hobbies as a kid. I could go all gung-ho about it and then just fucking completely drop it after a bit. Like, I just don't want to do this. I'm like ADHD, so like when I get interested in something, I like go like full on into it. So there's a lot of shit that I'm like super knowledgeable about because I got like super into it at one point. But just couldn't keep, like, didn't want to keep up with it and shit. I was like, I don't want to fucking keep doing this shit.
Losing B. We're losing Charlie. Controlling Bravo. We lost Charlie. Secured.
Hostiles on decks.
Losing Bravo. Taking Alpha.
UAV available for tasking.
Got me eyes in the sky. Bye-bye.
Counter UAV available for tasking.
Securing Zone A. Losing B.
ECM mission.
Bravo lost.
Focus commencing counter UAV operations overhead.
Losing A. We're losing Alpha.
Thanks for the work. UAV overflight terminated. Enemy forces have destroyed the UAV.
Losing A. We're losing Alpha.
Contact destroyed.
Losing A. Take it out.
Track down.
Hostile UAV established overhead.
Are we not playing this game? Like, what's going on?
Starting capture.
Sending by.
Zone C secure.
Are you fucking kidding?
Nazir authorizing UAV mission.
UAV in the turret. Be advised. UAV fuel check 50%.
They're taking C.
Affirmative. What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm a friendly.
Flying on fuel.
No way.
Taking B. Taking A. Securing Alpha. Zone Alpha captured.
Dude, who the fuck did this one?
We're losing Alpha. Losing A. We're losing Alpha. Losing A.
Target in the open.
Lock it down, Charlie.
Enemy stunned.
Taking Bravo. Losing A. We're losing Alpha.
Using stim. Hostile Semtex.
Security.
Hostile shooter. counter UAV above. TACOM, requesting
What's
recon
going on
overhead.
out there? Tighten up the line.
Incoming contact.
Counter UAV power is 50%.
UAV MCM 50%. Check.
RTB flash. We need that fucking
They knew all
conversation.
our moves, Woods. This is bad. Really bad.
Just close my mesh.
Enemy off the board.
I can assure you, like the AI voice stuff, the main reason like companies are being so hardball about it is because they genuinely don't know where the technology is going. So they don't know what to protect themselves with. So having full rights is the only protection they can think of at the moment. Because the way technology works and all, like it's not something you can foresee in the future, like what will protect you, like what you need to be putting in the contract and all that, right? And right now it's so new, it's like they don't know. They just don't know. But that's the important aspect of them having the conversation with the voice actors and seeing what they're comfortable with for the current iteration of the technology. And as the technology progresses, they need to keep having those conversations and keep working on the contracts. Otherwise, 2 years down the line, when the technology progresses, we're just going to go back to ground zero again, where the voice actors are having another strike because there's some other aspect of the technology that they couldn't foresee during the first conversation, right? It's one of those like ongoing conversations that need to be had so everyone's comfortable. Like, and companies should not be like, oh, this is wrong, or we're not gonna like listen. Dude, you have to listen. You're dealing with new technology right now. It is vital that everyone is comfortable so the technology can keep progressing. Right now, like the bulk of everyone is like, we don't know what you're going to use this for. We don't like it. We're losing jobs. It's looking bad, right? And for the companies, it's like, dude, this is so cheap. It's saving us so much money. Yeah, we're going to profit a lot, but we can also like be able to do so much more with it and all that, right? And the conversations need to be had, and it needs to be continuously had as long as the technology is progressing and growing. As the technology grows, more and more of the conversations need to be had. It's 100% not a one-size-fits-it-all kind of situation anymore.
Hardpoint is secure. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Dude, why is this connection so shit, man? Even the last game, dude. The game's so jerky, it like fucking throws my aim off so much, dude. Like, you don't understand. Like, when it's lagging that much, your aim, you can't snap onto people because you don't know where the fucking aim's going because there's so much lag going on. Like, on a really good connection, I'm snapping onto people like so fast. I'm like fucking like, my aim's so fucking on point. In this game, dude, like, it's laggy and shit and it starts jerking around and shit. Like, dude, I don't even know what the fuck I'm aiming half of the time. I don't know, maybe it's an excuse. Sometimes I feel like it's just an excuse, but it's the truth. I was dying really fast too, I felt. I didn't want to sit around to see like how desynced that dog shit map was going to play out. While also teammates were like nowhere near hard point and all that, I did forget it. Couldn't deal with it. I was going to jump on the hard point every time, not forget it. It is the fucking same game. And it's he is fucking the full-on Chinese lobby, dude. No wonder it's so desynced. Fucking all VPNing into some other fucking country. You had to like go through that VPN just to hit them. You know, I say it like, but I'll bet you money, like, the Chinese developed games, the knockoff games, right, will probably have less of a cheater problem because the Chinese players don't want to like lose their access to those games. Whereas these games, they have to VPN into it, they don't have access to it and all, it's already a janky experience, so they don't give a shit, dude. So when the Call of Duty knockoff, Chinese knockoff comes out, it'll actually be a good experience, I bet you. Even though it's a Chinese game and there'll be lots of Chinese players, they won't be cheating as much. And more like, yeah. They'll have respect for their own game. They won't cheat on it as much. There'll be a few cheaters, I'm sure. There's always going to be cheaters, but I bet you'll be less. Whereas here, like, dude, there's fucking everyone, all the fucking Chinese players are cheating. I guarantee you. Not all of them, but a lot of them are. They have no respect for the game.
We claimed the advantage. Now hold it.
And I'm telling you, the Chinese like people, like they're really passionate about supporting their like games, right? Like I can assure you, dude. Okay, Black Myth Wukong. Okay, I'll tell you this. A very large reason it was so popular was probably because China had access to it and they wanted to support their game, right? I'd wager a lot of games, like, you know, that like big titles and all, the reason they don't get like that crazy Black Myth Wukong player base is because China doesn't even have access to those games. So there's obviously not like that large Chinese player population. Or if they do have access to it, they have to like go through all sorts of like fucking like VPN this and that and all this shit, right? I'm not saying, dude, I'm not saying like they should give access to Chinese players and all. That's the government doing, right? Dude, this map's not good, fam. It's too much fucking moving around.
Hostiles have captured the hard point. Hard point is hostile UAV established.
But yeah, dude, as soon as China makes their knockoff Call of Duty, I'm all over it, dude. I'm all for that. Guarantee you'll be a fucking better game than this shit. Christ, dude. But we have to wait. It's not there yet. They haven't yet copy and pasted Call of Duty.
Hard point active. Hard point locked down. We're winning.
But I can't wait till they do. Fuck God, man. Fuck God, honestly. I have no issues with them copy and pasting COD and giving me a better version of it.
Hostiles have the hard point.
Fucking reload, man. Fucking.
Hardpoint identified. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint is active. Hardpoint.
Flashbang incoming.
Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Neutralized.
Hardpoint is secure.
Enemy grenade. Get down. Frag.
recon overhead. Authorizing hardpoint identified. Hardpoint is active. Hardpoint is secure.
Oi, that was too fucking close.
TACOM, I need eyes overhead.
Disregard.
Hardpoint located. Hardpoint active. Hardpoint locked down.
Requesting recon above.
Surveillance on.
Give me eyes on the side.
UAV mission timeline 50% expended.
Establish watchdog helo on station above.
UAV available for tasking.
Move around.
Exiting your grid.
Battle goes to the
They
bow.
never stood a chance. Proceed to extract Crimson.
Miss fucking Cutlet. Bloody chairman, Mrs. Goodleats. See, the scary thing about like the voice stuff, right, is theoretically, and I think it's currently possible even, I don't know, you could synthesize pitches and this, that, and if you're really good at it, you could synthesize those pitches and XYZs to match someone else's voice, right? Like to a point where like you might not have even heard this person's voice in your life, but you could synthesize a voice that matches XYZ, right? And then if it's like someone famous, you could be synthesizing it to like match up to their thing and all. And then what gets weird is you can't say like, oh, I synthesized like this person's voice, right? And maybe they purposely did synthesize that person's voice, but that person technically doesn't have a copyright on that voice, because there are people that sometimes speak in a very similar way. In fact, it's not, the voice isn't like a fingerprint where it's completely unique to individuals. There are people that sound very similar to each other. And they can potentially like, if you hire somebody and they're like, you know, like, what was it? Imitating the person, right? The imitation is still their own, right? Like it's technically they're not, it's like, oh, you imitated me, so I own the rights to that. That's not how it works, right? The person who did the imitation is in right to own that imitation, right? That they just did, that particular instance. Dude, why am I playing against a squad? Why am I with the squad? I'll stay because I'm with the squad. I'll stay. If I wasn't with the squad, I was backing out immediately. Fuck it. I was fucking sitting through some nerdy fucking squad giving comms to each other on like Discord or something. Fuck it. But since they're on my side, and most likely they'll be shitters. Fucking probably like all gonna eat shit and then rage quit and then I'll be left alone. Because they'll rage quit as a mass.
We're not here to negotiate. Zone Alpha captured.
Same with like art, right?
The
Like
lead. Stay on
if you take inspiration and you imitate an artist like Picasso or something like that, right? And even though you haven't like copied his art, you've maybe copied his style or something like that, right? Do you don't like as an artist you don't owe that artist revenue, right? And that's what AI is doing right now. Like they're taking inspiration, they're imitating and they're copying, but they're making their own. And that's why like it becomes such a gray area, right? But like I said, I think when it's an individual, it's one thing, but when it's AI, you know, maybe it's, I don't know. That's why like all of this is such a gray area.
losing Bravo.
Because when a human does it, it's like, oh, that's cool, man. It looks like Picasso, man. Like, wow, you're so talented. When an AI does it, it's like, oh my god, this fucking thing just copied Picasso. Even though it might not be a Picasso piece, right? It's just inspired by Picasso.
Hostile UAV.
But maybe that's the distinction, dude. When a human's doing it, it's okay. When AI is doing it, just compensate the people it's fucking copying.
Hostiles reclaiming.
As best you can. Like, with certain famous things, right? It becomes like there's a point in time where you lose copyright, right? Like when something's so old, like it becomes like open source. Like there was like the original Mickey Mouse, like drawing, the original one is open source. Winnie the Pooh is open source. It just became recently. That's why you got that horror Winnie the Pooh bullshit. Because it became open source and anyone had like anyone could do anything with it.
Requesting recon above. Get a counter UAV in the air.
Get Semtex incoming.
So maybe like for really famous things and things, you know, like at a certain point it becomes open source and then you don't need to keep like paying the family for like the usage even if the person's dead.
Pull your head out of your arse.
But until it becomes open source, maybe you should be like financially like compensating the family. Right?
Claim the advantage. Now hold it.
Like when movies,
Losing B.
like the Game of Thrones fucking bullshit, right? They're paying the guy for like the licensing of Game of Thrones, right? He owns it. He gets like a little cut of the like TV shows and all. Even though he's clearly like not doing shit with the fucking property. What the fuck is this? I thought they fixed that bug.
Hostile UAV established overhead.
Impact grenade.
Taking B.
I don't know. Like I said, new tech. It'd be wonderful if like the conversations were had with like everyone, so like people like comfortable, and it's not like I need to protect myself and all. Like, dude, this is the problem with fucking the U.S. and lawsuits and all that shit, right? They're so scared. You're so scared. Everyone's so scared of being sued. they have to protect themselves like in its entirety, or they won't go anywhere near it.
Controlling Bravo.
Yeah, this fucking squad sucks, man. I thought they were gonna carry me in this game. Fucking hell. They're killed and they're not carrying shit.
Losing Bravo.
TACOM, I need eyes overhead.
Bravo lost.
Semtex front.
Hostile UAV.
What is this, man? Why am I sideways?
TACOM, deploy counter UAV.
Fuck, this game's so weird, man.
UAV on grid.
I'm still feeling sideways. Yeah, also I'll tell you, that, like, it's so weird, right? As a company, you're like, dude, why can't you just, you can afford to be human, right? You can afford to, like, have some humanity in, like, the way you handle situations and stuff like that, right? But then you have, like, so many instances where, like, people, like, genuinely will, like, sue a company just because they know they can make a shitload off them, right? So the greed of, like, the individual. So the companies genuinely do need to protect themselves because there are, again, the individual will all too happily try to take a company down for as much as they can, right?
Requesting recon above.
And, you know, sometimes for good reason, but not always.
Sorry, mate. Broke your streak.
Securing B. Hostile RCXD in your AO.
Beginning hatch.
Secured.
Requesting CUAV above.
Semtex front.
TACOM, I need eyes overhead.
Hostile shot.
I mean, to be fair, I understand
Bravo underway.
Not this time, you son.
that mentality. Like, fuck the corporation. Like, who gives a shit, man? Totally agree with that, right? But at the same time, it's like, dude, you have to, like, if you're the corporation, you're like, dude, they're gonna, like, fuck us if we fuck up. Or if for any reason, right? They don't care. And people will always side with them over the corporation. So it's like, dude, we have to protect ourselves. So then it's fucking this, like, fucking never-ending cycle of dog shitness between the corporation and
Controlling Bravo. Taking B.
fucking this dude with the glowing thing fucking was right behind me, dude. Gave my position away.
Taking Bravo. Enemy RCXD detected. Controlling Bravo. Taking Bravo underway. Your tactics aren't working. Find another way. Taking B. Enemy UAV inbound. Controlling Bravo.
Cutlet, don't do that. Don't even think about that, Cutlet. Fucking squad didn't carry shit. Fucking 5-man squad and they didn't win the game. Just be ashamed. I don't care how much is playing out. As a 5-man squad, you need to be like dropping dubskis. Dude, it feels like I've been playing for 5 hours. Man. Fucking not even close to that much. Why is this game so taxing on my mind? Plays so slowly. Time is like moving so slowly in a bad way. Oh my fucking lord. I'll tell you another thing, like as a creative, so like in the eyes of like the, what's it called? The voice actors and all. Getting those jobs and stuff like that, like it takes so much, man, to get those jobs, like those like cool big jobs and all. Like it really does. Like it's fucking so fucking like it's so brutal. Hoping you'll like make it in these industries and shit like that, dude.
We're losing Charlie.
It's so brutal. And you know, like
Enemy UAV inbound.
companies just throwing you away like because you're not comfortable with the contract, right? It's like tough luck kind of thing. It hurts so much, dude, because like a lot of these people aren't making that much money, dude. They're not like fucking super like well off and shit. Like those jobs are like important, and these companies know it. It's like like they have that. They know they have that pull.
Take your Bravo.
That like these people need these jobs. Like they're desperate for it.
Locked down.
That's why the contracts get so harsh the way they are. And like often it is like that kind of situation where like, dude, you lose that opportunity. You might never get another opportunity again. So you really do have to consider just accepting it. the way it is. It's fucking a cruel industry, dude. It's like super fucking, like, I hated it. I hated,
Hostile UAV.
it felt like I was selling my soul when I was fucking doing that, like, trying to get those jobs.
UAV inbound.
Hostile confirmed.
There's some shadiness going on here.
Engage your focus shot.
Oh, I thought the other guy killed me. It'd be so nice if the fucking corporations just like, hey, don't be fucking, just understand it. Chat them up, figure out what they're uncomfortable with, try to work with them,
Flashbang.
go a long way.
Watch out, enemy Hellstorm launch. Controlling Bravo.
Assaulting cruise. Rest easy. Keep them up.
Again, like, you know, it's a weird thing. It's a weird fucking
Hostile
industry.
UAV established overhead.
Like, it's like all these like power games that are being played between like the like employment thing and like sometimes the like employee. Like sometimes the employee has no like leverage and all, like, so they can't really do anything. Then sometimes the employee gets the leverage because like the fans love this voice actor or something like that, and suddenly they're asking for more than realistic, and they're being actually very unreasonable because they think they've got the leverage to be like that.
Your location. Hellstorm incoming.
Thought I might see you here. Tractor move. Watch your aim.
Securing B. They're taking C.
Get me out of here. I hated that shit.
Satcom Nazir requesting CUAV. Got
I
me eyes
hated
in the
it.
sky.
UAV involved. Music on.
UAV commencing surveillance operation.
Focus reporting fuel reserves at 50%.
Like a lot of these, like, what's it called, groups, like this, like, you know, the SAG or whatever, the Screen Actor Guild thing or whatever, right? They group up together so they can standardize these things, right?
We're losing charge.
So they protect, there's some form of protection for the people that are part of that group, right? And like it becomes a lot easier once things get standardized and like everyone's agreeing like, okay, this is what's fair for everybody, for the corporation and all that, and for the people, right? Becomes much easier.
Enemy UAV.
But the problem with that is like if you're not part of that, How did he still see me? This guy's cheating, dude. Yeah, he's cheating. I had cold-blooded on. He shouldn't have seen me. I wouldn't have shown up on that thing. And yet he was like fucking pinpointing me.
Help me with this.
You gonna let a bunch of company assholes beat you? Fight back, damn it!
Combatant taken out.
You fucking me? Activate Cat's protocol.
Crimson
Get
had
your
the
ass
edge this
back to
time.
base.
We can't let it happen again. Good effect. Going through.
That was a really weird pre-aim. But I mean, it wasn't like super suspicious. Like if he was following us through the wall, it would have been more suspicious. Like, how did I was curious how the guy saw me in the chopper when I put cold-blooded on. Like, I wouldn't have pinged on his thing, right? He shouldn't have seen, like, where I was. Unless it's bugged out or something. Which it might be. Who the fuck knows? I would report the whole squad to my teammates also, man, for fucking quitting the way they did, little bitches. Yeah, I just don't remember who the fuck was on my team. Fucking little bitch boys. Like, they weren't fucking doing that good that they needed to rage quit the way they did. Like, I don't understand why they raged quit.
Domination. Secure the objective.
Securing mission target. Expect resistance.
Objective capture in progress.
Zone C secure. Nice. We're pulling ahead. Losing A. Losing Bravo.
Dude, what is this team? Dude, now I know why that fucking team left. There's a shitter teammates like this, dude. Do something, man, so we can get out of the spawn, man.
Hostile UAV established overhead.
Dude, this guy's just pre-aiming that now. What are teammates doing, dude? Like, it feels like they're not doing anything. Alright, fucking breathing, dude.
Enemy UAV inbound.
Semtex out.
We're losing Charlie.
One enemy spring mine.
Bravo underway.
Hostile spring mine.
This guy's cheating.
Hostile UAV established overhead.
Assaulting through.
Yeah, he's cheating. God. How do you report?
Take it out.
Enemy drop. Setting rally point.
Yeah, that guy's definitely cheating. I'm pretty sure.
Incoming flashback.
Available for that team.
Nazir authorizing UAV.
Secure. Be advised on. destroyed.
Hostile target.
Difference between you and me, I learn from my mistakes.
If you're planning on giving up, do it now. If not, get to work. Damn it, they must have hacked our car. Go dark. We'll
They
pick you up
outsmarted
later.
us.
This guy was cheating. I'm sure of it. This guy might have been too. Like I think some of, like a few of them were cheating in that.
Flag down.
Like also this fucking bug where you don't know if they're like level 1 or not. That's weird. Like it's a weird fucking bug. It makes things even harder to tell whether the guy's cheating or not. The fact that he was the only one that was bugged out level 1 was extra weird in that lobby. Like usually it's like a bunch of people are like bugged out like that. The fact that he was the only one and he had that dark spine already on one of his guns. Lot of attachments and all. Like he's obviously not level 1 or he cheated. He cheated to get like some of this shit. But I think he was I don't know. I have fucking no clue. Like I have Ghost on in all my classes. So even if he had a UAV up, he wouldn't have known I was coming from that side, and yet he knew. And I was the only one who spawned on that side, while everyone else on my team was on the other side. And he was looking right at where I was coming from. That was a little bit too weird. There would have been no way he'd have had that information. I hadn't shot the gun, I was moving the whole time, so Ghost would have been active. Who knows, though? Maybe he was just fucking cracked out with his fucking awareness. Like, some of the shit he did wasn't that impressive. He was just camping the top with a sniper, big deal. But that one bit where, like, I spawned behind him and he knew exactly where I was coming from, I very purposely did not step on their, like, domination point because I would alert them. I had Ghost, like, there's no reason, like, he would have known that. He didn't have a fucking harp up or anything like that. I guarantee he's a Chinese boy too, man.
Hostiles have the hard point.
Happens to the best of us.
UAV standing by.
TACOM, I need eyes overhead.
UAV in the turn. We have eyes on.
Enemy.
UAV MTL 50%. Check.
Hard point identified. Hard point is active. Hardpoint is secure. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Oi! That was too fucking close! Target removed.
Hostile UAV established overhead. Enemy UAV inbound. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint located. Hardpoint active. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Enemy UAV inbound.
Target down.
Cool, napalm strike inbound. Hostile UAV established overhead. Hostile counter UAV established above. Hardpoint identified.
Take out that TUME.
Hardpoint is active. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Not this time, you son of a bitch. Friendly target.
Hardpoint is secure. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint located. Hardpoint active. Hardpoint locked down.
Up yours.
UAV on grid.
Enemy UAV inbound. Hostile UAV established overhead.
Tackle, commence half overflight.
Hardpoint identified. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. They're walking all over you. Have some goddamn pride.
Available for tasking.
Hardpoint is active. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
5 enemies slotted.
Hardpoint is secure. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Requesting CUAV above. Get a UAV on grid.
Deploying ECM. UAV commencing surveillance operation. Poker MPL, 50%. UAV fuel check, 50%.
System destroyed.
Hardpoint locked down.
Counter UAV terminating ECM operation.
Hardpoint located.
Mission timeline expired.
recon above. Semtex front.
UAV in this area. Stand by, eyes on.
Hardpoint is secure.
Semtex incoming. Hacked him.
UAV mission successful.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down.
Enemy forces in the
Priority tasking request received. UAV exiting your grid.
Hostiles have the hardpoint. Right.
available for tasking.
Hardpoint is active. Hardpoint is secure.
Hostile down.
Inbound.
TACOM, I need eyes overhead.
Established overhead.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
UAV fuel check 50%.
All stations, we are fucking fucked. Escape and evade.
Hasta luego. Eagle eyes, steady hands. Inbound grenade.
I'll tell you one thing, dude. Like, if you think someone's suspicious, just report them in this game. Just fucking report them. Like, it's not your fault if someone innocent goes into the shadow ban, like, system. Like, all these, like, content creators, like, the shadow ban system, if you report them, you get shadow banned. But there's so many cheaters. And like, dude, if you're suspicious, just report the person. Like, it's Activision's fault that innocent people get dumped into the shadow ban system because they're so dog shit with their anti-cheat. It's not your fault. If you got shit on and you think they're doing something funny, whether you know it or not, it's not your job to be a professional like hacker detector. It's not yours. Like, you don't need to be like a hacker detector or anything. If something weird's happening and you got shit on, or like they're playing funny, whatever the case is, it doesn't matter, dude. If you're suspicious of the guy, just report them, dude. It's not your fault that they get shadow banned and they're innocent or anything like that. Don't feel bad, dude. The fucking system's so bad right now, like the Activision anti-cheat. So fucking bad. All you can do is report the people that like are suspicious. Whether you're a pro at fucking detecting them or not, dude. It's not your job to like analyze the kill cams and try to figure out whether they're cheating or not. You feel suspicious, report the person. That's your only obligation. Doesn't matter whether they're innocent or not. It doesn't. You reporting them it's not your fault that like if they're really good and they were just innocent and all. No, let Activision decide that. The system, it's 100% Activision's fault for how bad it is. It's not yours. And it's not your responsibility to like 100% know whether the guy's cheating or not. No, none of that. Even just instinctually, you think the guy's cheating, just report the dude. Who cares? Does not matter. It's every bit your right to do that.
Go time. You're an alpha. Lock down A. We got the lead. Now hold it.
OBJ.
Losing Bravo. We lost B. They're taking C. Enemy UAV. We're losing Charlie. Hostile counter UAV established above.
The servers are desynced. It looks suspicious. That's not your fault.
Losing Alpha.
Eyes on enemy. Scratch that. Target is dust. Locking on the objective. Keep them off me. Hostile.
Charlie locked down. Hostile UAV established overhead. Enemy CUAV inbound.
Standing by. Counter UAV available for tasking.
Authorizing COV CM mission. TACOM. Requesting recon overhead. Starting capture.
Take it out.
Grenade. Throwing semtex.
UAV fuel check.
Securing mission. We have to take this objective.
You're in zone A.
This is Focus. We are Bingo Fuel. RTV.
TACOM. We're flying.
They're taking C. Bravo zone secure. We're losing Charlie. Bravo locked.
Incoming semtex.
Taking A.
Five enemies.
Getting UAV on grid.
Got me eyes in the sky.
UAV commencing surveillance operation.
Not back here.
Set for launch. UAV MTS 50%. Check. Thanks for the work. UAV overflight terminated.
We're losing Charlie.
TACOM to Z requesting CUAV. On the OBJ.
Deploying ETL.
Away. They're taking C.
Midway fuel check complete.
Eyes on enemy.
How are these teammates not doing anything, man?
Incoming frag.
God, these.
Securing Alpha. Losing Bravo.
Locking down the objective. Keep them up.
Control Zone C. Securing Zone A. UAV inbound.
I never forget a face.
Hostile counter UAV established above.
Bad guy, 12 o'clock.
Locking down all zones. Good call. Enemy watchdog helo inbound.
One down.
Show yourself back.
Taking Bravo underway. Securing B.
Nazira threatening UAV mission.
UAV in the
Starting capture.
Controlling Bravo.
UAV flight test. On my mount.
Securing mission data. Expect resistance.
Taking out.
Tackle. We're flying on cue. UAV returning to base.
What's going on out there? Tighten up the junk fine. Taking Bravo underway. Confirmed. All operating team here at CCP.
Dude, this squad just hit in the back corner the whole
This is
game.
bad. Really bad.
Fuck, man, these randos are so shit.
hard point. Hard point is secure. Hostiles have the hard point.
How did that not hit? How did that not hit? I'm backing out of this trash if it's funny.
Hard point locked down. Hard point is active. Hostiles have captured the hard point.
Taking the shot.
Hostile UAV established overhead. Hard point is secure. Hostiles have the hard point. Hard point identified. Hard point active. Hard point locked down. Hostiles have captured the hard point.
Marshal authorizing watchdog below operation.
Hard point is secure. Enemy UAV inbound.
Watch out! Grenade!
Hard point located. Hard point is active. Hostiles have the hard point. Hard point locked down. Hostiles have captured the hard point.
Driving RTXD. The deck paid in full.
Hard point is secure. Hard point identified. Hard point active. Hostiles have the hard point.
TACOM, launch counter UAV.
Hard point locked down.
TACOM, launch your UAV.
Hostiles have captured the hard point. Hard point located. Hard point is secure. Hard point is active. Hostiles have the hard hard point.
Stay down.
Hard point locked down.
Enemy grenade.
Hostiles have captured the hard point. Hard point identified. Hard point active. Hard point is secure. Hostiles have the hard point. Hostile UAV established overhead. Enemy CUAV inbound. Hard point located. Hard point is active. Hostiles have captured the hard point. Hard point locked down. Hostiles have the hard point.
Right where I left you.
Watchdog helo incoming on your location.
Where do you think you're going?
Hard point is secure. Hostiles have captured the hard point.
Foot mobile.
Heads up. Hostile care package inbound. Hard point identified. Hard point active. Hard point locked down. Sit rep. LDPR incoming. Hostiles have the hard point. Backup's not coming. You want to get out of this alive? Better step up. Hard point is secure. Hostiles have captured the hard point.
Confirming kill.
Hard point locked down. Hard point located. Hostiles have
Back
the
up.
hard point.
Requesting recon overhead.
UAV established overhead.
Hard point is active. Hard point is secure.
UAV MTL 50%. Check. Thanks for the work. UAV overflight terminated.
Hostiles have captured the hard point. Hard point locked down.
Tag down.
Hard point is secure. Hard point identified. to hard point. Hard point locked down. RPXD deployed. Hostiles got you to hard point. Hard point is secured. Hostiles have the hard point. Hard point located.
Sighted on target.
Mission shit, I'm pulling the plug. Time to save.
Crimson had the edge this time. We can't let it happen again.
You know what Langley expects. Get it done. Hostiles have the hard point. Hard point locked down. Hostiles have captured the hard
Yeah, trying to go for this thing's not like a death sentence.
Hardpoint locked down. Hostile UAV established overhead. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Enemy UAV inbound. Enemy UAV inbound.
One in my sight.
Dude, why can't you fucking just mantle through that window, man?
Hardpoint identified. Enemy Hellstorm launch detected. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint detected. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint is secure. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hostile UAV established overhead. Hellstorm incoming. Hostile counter UAV established above. Enemy UAV inbound. Hardpoint located.
Lining one up.
Hardpoint active.
This guy's cheater. He's not that good. He's not good enough for that iridescence. I'm reporting him. There's no way he's an iridescent. He's 100% a cheater that got that, dude. He's so bad, dude.
Hostile UAV established overhead. Hardpoint locked down. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint identified. Enemy Hellstorm launch detected. Hardpoint is active. Enemy UAV inbound. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Car inbound. Hardpoint is secure. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint located. Hardpoint active. Hardpoint locked down. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
What the fuck?
Hardpoint is secure. Hostile UAV established overhead. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Enemy UAV inbound. Hardpoint is secure. Hostile counter UAV established above. Hostiles have captured the hard point. Hostile UAV established overhead. Enemy UAV inbound. Identified. Hardpoint is secure. Hardpoint active. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Enemy hard operational above. Hellstorm incoming. Time short. Put your head down and push the target. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Enemy CUAV inbound. Hardpoint located. Hostile UAV established overhead. Enemy UAV inbound. Hardpoint is active. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hostile UAV established overhead. Enemy UAV inbound. Hostile counter UAV established above. Enemy CUAV inbound. Hardpoint identified. The CIA against the hundreds of goddamn criminals. This is the best.
This guy's not that good, man. I know his score looks good, but he wasn't that good. There's no way he's iridescent. He's so shit, dude. He's cheating, I'm pretty sure. Like, not in this clip, but there's no way he's iridescent. No way. Zero chance this dude's an iridescent player. I'm reporting him just for it. Like, that clip wasn't sauce or anything. Like, he was playing alright, but he's not that good. Fucking cheated his way to that rank, 100%. 100%. Either that or played with cheaters. Most likely played with cheaters, is my guess. Got carried. Dude might be like diamond at best. At best. I wouldn't even, like, I'd be like, that's like maximum. I'm definitely reporting him. There's no way that dude got iridescence. No chance. 100% a cheater got to that. I don't know what this did. Dude, can I? Okay. No chance this dude is his rank. Zero chance. He's so bad. He was so fucking bad, dude. Rocking something you didn't earn 100%. God knows what else. Dude was like walking into the sniper shots, dude. He's like fucking so trash. His movement wouldn't be that basic. You'd have actual movement, but he didn't have good movement. Like, not of that level.
Time to get our hands dirty, Black Ops. Get to work. Hostiles have captured the hard point.
Hostile Semtex.
Hostiles have the hard point.
Passing blast trap. Engaging shooter. 5 enemies. Nazir authorizing UAV mission.
UAV commencing surveillance operation.
Hard point is good. Hostile counter UAV established above. Enemy UAV inbound. Hard point is active.
UAV fuel check 50%.
Hostiles have captured the hard point.
Your UAV is engaged by a satellite. Priority tasking requested. UAV exiting AO. Contact with UAV has been lost.
Hard point is secure. Hostiles have the hard point.
UAV available to rescue.
Dash counter UAV above.
Your CUAV is being targeted by a satellite.
Focus commencing UAV operations overhead.
Hard point located.
The counter UAV has been destroyed.
Hard point active. Hard point locked down.
Smoke deployed. Arming blast trap. Eyes on enemy.
Enemy care package above.
Blast trap going down.
Hostiles have captured the hard point. Hard point is secure. Hostiles have the hard point. Hard point identified. Hard point locked down. Hostiles have captured the hard point.
Marshal requesting CUAV test. Marshal requesting UAV test.
TACOM, I need eyes overhead. Hard point is active.
Contact has been destroyed.
You can't hide.
TACOM, get a UAV in the air.
Hard point located. Lead done. Enemy sentry turret detected in your AO. Hard point active. Hostiles have the hard point.
I got a mover. cannon. Incoming Semtex.
Captured the hard point locked down. Hostiles have the hard point. Hard point is in. Multiple enemy UAV contact.
Neutralized.
Hard point is active. Hard point is secure. Hostile UAV established overhead. Enemy CUAV inbound. Enemy UAV inbound. Hard point located. Hard point active. Hostiles have captured the hard point.
Dude, what's this dweeb shit, man?
Hard point locked down.
Enemy on foot.
Hostiles have the hard point. Hard point is secure. Hostiles have captured the hard point. Hard point locked down. Hard point identified. Hard point is active. Hostiles have the hard point. Hard point is secure.
Hostile Semtex.
Hard point located.
Enemy satisfied with contact.
UAV. Hostiles have captured the hard point.
Target in the open.
Hard point active. Hard point locked down. We have the edge. We don't get cocky. It ain't over.
Dude, who is doing that?
Arming left trap.
Hostiles have the hard point. Hard point is identified. Hard point is secure.
Left trap going down.
Hard point is active. Hard point locked down. CIA's a bunch of proud bastards. They won't forget
When
you.
we come prepared, they don't stand a chance.
Let's swap this thing.
Kill confirmed. Hostiles reclaim the lead.
Spotted blood trap. Oi, that was too fucking close. Suspects incoming.
Dude, what?
They've taken the lead.
Tossing Semtex. When I got coffee, bitch.
You're falling behind, Crimson. You've given up the lead. Hostiles reclaim the lead. up the lead. They've
Tagged him.
taken the lead. We've taken the lead. Stay on task.
Hostile deleted. Get down, frag.
Hostile UAV established overhead. You're falling behind, Crimson. Hostile counter UAV established above.
Waypoint marked. Move.
Enemy UAV inbound. Watchdog
Sorry,
healers
mate.
incoming
Broke
on your
your streak.
location. Enemy UAV inbound.
Drop one. Enemy shot on. Semtex incoming.
Standing by. Ready for launch.
Setting waypoint.
Hostile
Presence
LTTR
UAV
detected.
above. Get a UAV over. 5 kills.
The lead is on. Giving up the lead.
UAV MTL. Music. Headed home.
Sitrep, enemy AGR is online. You're
Target
supposed to be
removed.
the CIA's best. Act like it. You're falling behind, Crimson. Basic kill team.
All stations. We are fucking fucked. Escape and evade.
Aldridge, what's up? I'm gonna play a couple more games. One more handgun, and then we'll maybe run around with the melee weapon just for the hell of it. One last. And then we'll call it.
Hard point. Weapons free, people. Lay some hate up. Hostiles have captured the hard point. UAV established overhead. Hostile counter UAV established above. Hardpoint active. Hardpoint is secure. Nice. We're pulling ahead.
Incoming contact. Shut down.
Hardpoint locked down.
Take it up. You can
Come on, you're losing this fight. Hardpoint identified. Enemy UAV inbound. Hardpoint is active. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hostile UAV established overhead. Hardpoint is secure.
clean shot. Enemy using shot
Hostiles have the
charge.
hardpoint.
Your hostile mine.
Enemy UAV inbound. Enemy CUAV inbound.
Dude,
Hardpoint located.
dude. There's so much lag. Are you fucking kidding?
Hardpoint locked down.
West Point requesting
Contact drone.
UAV.
Requesting recon above.
Enemy drone.
Counter UAV in the air. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint identified. Hardpoint is secure. Ship inbound. Hardpoint active. Hardpoint locked down. Enemy napalm strike incoming. Hostile counter UAV established above.
What the fuck was that?
Get a CUAV on station above.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint identified. Hardpoint is active. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint is secure.
Incoming subject.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Enemy UAV inbound. Hardpoint locked down.
Hostile contacts.
Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint located.
This game's so janked, dude.
Hardpoint active. Hardpoint is secure.
Spotted an enemy. Sending Semtex.
Enemy CUAV inbound. Hostile UAV established overhead. TACOM, I need eyes overhead.
Tango removed.
Hostile counter UAV established above.
Got me eyes in the sky.
UAV in the turret, be advised. UAV prep for launch.
Authorized UAV is CM mission.
Counter UAV above. Music on.
Hardpoint is active. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
UAV MTL, 50%. Check.
TACOM, requesting recon overhead.
Focus reporting fuel reserves at 50%.
Thanks for the work. UAV overflight terminated.
Focus terminating.
5 enemies.
What the fuck's going on out there?
Target is dust.
Hardpoint locked down. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Delta Kilo awaiting your order.
Hardpoint is
Nazir
secure.
requesting watchdog helo above.
Hardpoint located.
Avenger 1-6, established above. On time and on target.
Hardpoint active. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down. point identified. Hostiles have the hard point.
West point requesting UAV.
Establishing scan turret.
Winchester, Winchester. Avenger 1-6, RTV.
Hard point is active. Hard point is secure.
Confirmed kill.
Hostile contacts.
Let's capture the hard point.
Throwing Semtex.
RTB flag. We need to have fucking
They outsmarted us. Let's get the hell out of here.
Drop them.
Dude, I'm surprised I got the chop on that. It was so laggy. Like those Chinese players in particular were like lagging so much. Like the times I killed them, like I was legitimately not even aiming at them. Like it was like somewhere off and I'd get the hit marker. Because they were like clearly like desynced or whatever the fuck. Dude, what the fuck, man? Why does that shit get stuck on that, dude? I just wanna switch to... I don't want a long game of hardpoint domination while I'm trying to melee. Let's do kill confirmed. I was thinking I'd play Nuketown, but I don't really want to play Nuketown. Or Face Off, or melee only. Let's see, we'll just run around a regular map. Hopefully it's not like a shitty one. Something that we can actually run around meleeing. Whatever, this is just for fun, the last one. If I get irritated, I'll just rage quit and we'll call it a day. Today, there was some seriously shady players that I came against, dude. In the last, like the second half of the stream. Like, I don't know if they were cheating or... I don't think, like, they weren't that good is the joke. But they were like fucking racking it in. So it's like, dude, I think you're like shit, but you had hacks on and you were just slightly better, and so you were like doing way better than you deserved. Like that iridescent player, like, dude, he had no movement. And he was slamming the enemies, but he had no movement to be off an iridescent player. Like, dude, I'd wager he wasn't even like diamond. He wasn't even good enough to be diamond. I've played better diamond players than that iridescent player. Like, just seeing him, how he was playing the like gunfights. He was slamming the lobby. His score said something different. But he wasn't really that good. Like, every time I killed him, every time I saw him, he was like kind of rubbish, dude. And I was like shocked that this idiot was fucking rocking the iridescent thing. No chance, dude. Either paid for like the unlock, like maybe he like bought the account or something. Like he bought the account, like he wanted the like unlock, so he paid some and bought like the account and had the things unlocked automatically for him.
Kill confirmed.
That might have been it.
CIA, you're cleared hot. Work
Like I said, I honestly have seen better diamond players than him. So like I wouldn't even categorize him as diamond, but maybe he could have, like he could be good enough for diamond. But iridescence, fuck no.
hostile radio seconds overhead.
I'm actually, yeah, I mean, I got lucky with that fucking text. I needed it there. But I'm gonna switch after.
Hostile UAV established overhead.
Authorizing CUAV ECM mission. TACOM, requesting recon overhead.
Shit.
Hostile scout pulse in your AO.
What on earth? Thought I had it throwing.
Your stealth pack has been destroyed.
TACOM, UAV. Daily authorizing UAV mission.
We.
Enemy UAV inbound. You're being outplayed, Crimson One. Step it up.
Enemies have destroyed your assault pack.
Hostile counter UAV established above. Hostile UAV established overhead.
Archangel going hot.
Give me eyes in the sky. Task counter UAV above. Get some napalm on my target. Authorizing CUAV ECM mission. TACOM, request Requesting recon overhead. Rest and recuperate. Tomorrow you'll be running drills until you drop.
Hard fail, Crimson. We need to fade.
That was a decent game for melee. It's a bit laggy. Like, I just not hitting my fucking throw. Like, what's it called? X. Throwing X. But, there you go. Didn't completely get wrecked. At least. It's always a good thing when you're going melee only. It's always like, okay, that was a good game. I didn't get completely fucking shit on. Dude, please, let me back out of this. I'm stuck. Alright. That's it. That's it. I'm officially prestige. Hey, Chicho, Wedgie, dude, Wedgie. Fucking dork. Come on, Chicho. He didn't do anything. Anyway, that's it. Got Prestige Master. Let's just quickly, I'll just show you. Pish Bash! Wedgie. Pish Bash doesn't get wedgies. She gives wedgies. Pish Bash, get out of there, man. Come on. Pish Bash, move, man. What are you staring at like a dumbass? Come on. Don't give me that fucking death stare like as if I'm... Prestige 1 rewards are... some solid skin. I'll put on my unlock. And then as you level up, you get this stuff. I was thinking I'd do like prestige streams, checking out the blueprints, but I honestly don't really want to. I don't want to play this game where I'm put out of like, Chicho, don't do that. Don't step there. Come on. Oh, please, man. Wedgie. I will give you Wedgie one of these days, Chicho. Not just a veiled threat. It'll happen. The blueprints, the prestige blueprints are really nice. So it is, I think, worthy of showcasing. But I just don't want to play this game. I just don't want to play the game where I'm being put out of like my comfort zones anymore. And usually when I check out blueprints, I want to try the blueprint the way it is and this, that, and all. And more times than not, it just puts me out of my comfort zone because the blueprints are built poorly and it's just a bad experience. And then I'm irritated because why did I try this blueprint the way it is? I should just put attachments on. And then when I do put attachments on to try out my build and other people's build, it's good, but the blueprint doesn't look good anymore, right? So it's like, what's the point? But yeah, I do actually think the prestige blueprints in this game were like really good, visually really nice. And from what I've looked at, just glanced at, I haven't tried them out, the builds seem decent. So like, even though I'm saying like I don't want to do it, like maybe I will at some point in time, but again, even with decent builds, I just don't want to go down that. Like, dude, one of the guns are definitely going to be a shitty build or something like that, and I'll just be irritated during the stream. But I do think these blueprints are really nice for the prestige stuff. But you don't always get a blueprint in thing, and you don't always get an operator skin. So prestige 2, this is the rewards. Just get a permanent unlock when you hit it, and then as you level up, you get this stuff. The charms are nice and all. I don't know, I really like charms, but in this game, for some reason, I don't bother equipping the charms. But I do like, in other games, I do like to use charms and all. I don't know why in this game in particular, I don't bother with it. And this is obviously like reminiscent of the STG. What gun is this? I don't even know what gun it is. Anyway, whatever, who cares, I guess. I'm sure you can find out. So, no. Does it say somewhere? Can I preview it? Oh, I can't preview it. Can I preview it? No, I can't preview it. Not from here, it seems. Even though it says I can. But yeah, really nice blueprint again. I think it's like the Model L. And again, what was nice is the Model L's a pretty decent late unlock gun. So getting this blueprint means like you get that perma unlock for it, which was convenient. Prestige 3, no blueprint this time. As you level up, this is what you get. And a lot of people love this skin because it's reminds them of the story of Black Ops 2, which I didn't bother playing, unfortunately, so I don't really care. But it looks cool. It's cool. They did a good job with the rewards, with the prestige thing. It's just unlucky that this was the year I've decided I don't want to showcase blueprints, right? I would love to showcase the blueprints. Just give me the option to like put my attachments on and keep the visuals. If you're gonna insist on only keeping the visuals on the mastercrafts, then I don't really give a shit about your blueprints anymore. Like, there's no reason not to like maintain like visual while changing attachments. There's no reason not to do that. It's just devalues your stupid blueprints and makes me not want to buy them. And even the mastercrafts, I'm like, man, they just overprice shit too. But, you know, I'll probably end up buying it at some point in time. I did show the Prestige 4, right? Yeah, we did go through this, right? I think this is the XM4 or whatever the fuck. So it's an early unlock, but nice blueprint, I guess. Prestige 5, this is what you'd get. Again, fan favorite character, Menendez, right? So, I think a lot of people were happy to get this one. Oh, will be happy to get it when they get to it. Again, excellent rewards as far as stuff. Prestige 6. This guy was... I didn't play the game that this zombie character was there. But I think in Black Ops 4, they did a museum. And the bus was in the museum or something like that. And it was such a cool level. And then the area that he was in was also in Blackout. So I did play the area, but like in Blackout. But obviously not in Zombies. I'm not a Zombies player. I never play Zombies. I'm going to act like I know any of this shit. This is that DM10 or whatever. Which is a really nice marksman rifle, but yeah, decent blueprint, I guess. Again, I'd change the attachments and I'd wager the blueprint won't look much of what it should look like. But I think it's a decent build. Like I said, the Prestige blueprints are actually decent builds in this game. Reaper. He was in Black Ops 4, so that's how I know him, but I think he was in the previous Black Ops also. He was like a DLC character in Black Ops 4. I don't think he was there right off the bat. They added him like later on. And then, I don't know who this character is, but it's a battery from the previous Black Ops. Definitely Black Ops 4 she was in also. But again, I guess Black Ops 3 was the game where she was introduced. She had the noob tube as her specialty, I remember. I think. Maybe I don't remember. She was critical for one of my 100% challenges in Black Ops 4. Like to stop Ruin, like get to stop Ruin in the middle of his grab slam. Battery, shooting her, spamming a thing while he's doing it was the last one I got to get that challenge completed. Prestige 8. I mean, you guys can see this on your own. I don't know why I'm showing it. Who cares, right? This is the Jackal, I think. A really cool looking blueprint too, man. I'd actually use this. A really cool design. I actually like it a lot. I need to see how it looks with my build. They had this option when the game launched where you could apply the skin of the blueprint to your build. So you didn't need to equip the blueprint and then change the attachments. You could just apply it in the where you the section like where you have the charm sticker section. There was skin section also, and you could apply the blueprint. I hope they bring that back. I presume they removed it because the blueprints were bugged out, so like half of the time the attachments wouldn't register, like if you change things around. Which was like my kind of mental argument on why I'm not gonna bother doing the blueprints, because they had that bugged out for so long. What was the point in doing these, like showcasing these as I unlock them? But now that they fixed that, my only argument is like I don't want to do it. Which I don't. I don't want to showcase blueprints. I wish they gave camos. I loved how like this stream where I was just playing my favorite weapons and just played several games with it. I actually enjoyed it a lot. This is how I like to play my game. Just play my favorite weapons. Sometimes I try to squeeze every weapon type out during the streams where I do this. But sometimes I don't even want to play with every weapon type. I just want to play with some of them. But you know, showcasing camos in Modern Warfare 3 was like my favorite style of streaming, because I could do that. This is that zombie girl, right? I don't know what her name is. Samantha. PJs. In her PJs. Pajamas. I do wish I played the like Black Ops 4 zombies. They had some pretty fun looking zombie experiences there, but I had no one to play it with, so I didn't do it by myself. Like, whatever. And then finally 10th Prestige. The Cold War Prestige. The numbers, the door. When they added that deprogrammed map in Cold War, it's so weird, but actually kind of memorable. Cold War had some really good maps, man, actually. I liked them. Like, I know some people didn't care for them, but I liked them. The problem with Cold War was the cheater population. And then once you've completed Prestige, this is what I've got in store for me. Let's see. So I've unlocked this Marshall character. This fool from this game's campaign, which I've not bothered playing. I don't know when I'll play it. I'll play it eventually, but I'm just not in the mood. Maybe. I don't know if I'll eventually play it. We'll see. What is this supposed to be? A spray. Gross. This blueprint looks okay, I guess. What's it for? I don't even know what it's for. Can I preview it? No, I cannot preview it. Yeah, it looks cool. So first 100 of your Prestige Master gives you some solid rewards like the previous. And then after the fact, you get charms and, I mean, not charms, emblem things for, I mean, I guess you can use it as your what's it called? Logo thing or whatever, the Prestige logo thing or whatever. These are all from the previous CODs. I've actually earned a lot of them. No joke. Like, not necessarily the Black Ops ones, but COD 4, Modern Warfare 2, Modern Warfare 3, Advanced Warfare, Warfighter, whatever the fuck. Black Ops 4, then World War 2, and then, well, I think World War 2 was before Black Ops 4. World War 2 and then Black Ops 4. Yeah, I got, the only one that I maxed out was Advanced Warfare Fighter. I got like max rank for it. In COD 4, I played COD 4, like the first half of like me playing it was on Xbox, and then I switched over to the PlayStation 3 because it was free online, and all I was doing was playing Call of Duty, right? So I thought there was no point in paying for like, you know, live or whatever, the Xbox Live or whatever that was called. So I bought the PS3 and it was free online. So back then you didn't have like cross progression. So I started my entire prestige journey in like the PS3 for the COD 4, and I got really high up. So like in both games, I prestiged in both games a shitload, but I didn't max because I switched up halfway through. Like, and then Modern Warfare 2, I'm not sure what I got to, but I got pretty high up on that also. Same with Modern Warfare 3. I don't remember what I got to though. And then, like I said, Advanced Warfare Fighter, I not only maxed out, but halfway through they actually like added another 10 or something. I don't know. They added some more prestiges, and I maxed that out also. So it went even higher than the norm. And then World War II, I definitely hit max prestige, and then I was in the 100, like the 1,000 thing, but I don't know how high I got up to. I don't think I hit like max. But I got pretty high up in World War II. And then same with Black Ops 4, I don't remember. But I don't think I like hit max 1,000, level 1,000. I remember this one, man. I always liked this one. But I don't know if I ever got it. I might have. I don't know. I don't think so. I think I got to like 8 or something in Modern Warfare 2. Or maybe even 7. I don't even know. This one was another cool one. Mm-hmm. 1,000. Yeah, see, some of them have like, what? Oh, shit, they're giving, oh, wow. Okay. They're giving even the new CODs icons. Crazy. And then finally, if you do ever hit level 1,000, there are all these classified skins, which have, someone's already earned them, so it's leaked. You get a pretty nice looking, like, animated looking blueprint or something like that, or reactive blueprint, I don't know what it is, like animated looking blueprint. And then the skin is like a side character from Black Ops 2, like he was a pilot or something in the CIA, but like he was a pilot in the game. I don't know. But yeah. So yeah, that is that. The other thing before we wrap things up, this is my combat record. Yes, Prestige 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, 8. My KD, my EKI took a hit because I was doing the power drill during this prestige. That's why I said low. Whatever. 9, 10. Prestige Master. Now, this will be the and lifetime, I guess. So yeah, that's it. Officially Prestige Master. And now the journey, one journey ends and another journey continues or begins. Doesn't really begin, it just continues, huh? That's what I was like, nah, no point in saying it begins because it's just a continuation of a never ending or what might feel like a never ending grind to level 1000, which might or might not happen. Who knows? I bitch out the game a lot. I have a lot of complaints. I have a lot of issues. I talked about it through the stream a lot. I've talked about it past, my issues and my problems and my complaints. And I will often say I hate this game and it's not great and how awful, like how scummy some of the practices are during the Treyarch games, including this one. But I'm having fun. And like I said earlier in the stream, I am having fun with the game. I enjoy it. Even in Black Ops 4, I complained, right, like how scummy the practices were. Black Ops 4, Cold War, I actually had a lot of fun with the games. It's just like there are other things that kind of mess with my mind. Like I said, the scummy stuff that Activision pushes and stupid stuff they do. It's like that gets to me and I don't forget some of that stuff. So it always sticks with me. So no matter how much fun I have, it'll always be in that like back of my mind, this was kind of shitty what they did. And that ruins that kind of like nostalgia for me, for a lot of that stuff, even though the games were so good and I had a lot of fun, you know, when I had fun. And I did have fun in a lot of them, and this one too. It's just like I said, some of the like scummy stuff and the stupid stuff that happens and all that sticks with me. I don't forget that stuff, or at least not all of it. But I am enjoying myself, and I am enjoying the game. Hopefully they fix things and things get better. Like I don't understand. Like I understand how some of these studios want to do their own thing, but in the end of the day, like when you're seeing the other COD studios doing something successful, and the player base loving it, I don't understand why the new studio is so hell bent on not doing that too. Just because like the other studio did it and like we want to be different, we'll do something better and different. It's like usually the different isn't better because, well, like what I'm kind of hinting at is universal camos was a really fucking good reward. The way they handled events were really fun and engaging throughout like Modern Warfare 3, like, and how often it was happening. I had a lot of fun doing that, and it kept me engaged throughout the year. The universal camera rewards were like excellent rewards. I appreciated that. You know, they were cool. Honestly, if some of the universal camos were AI generated, I wouldn't care because they were still cool rewards. You know, who cares? They were good rewards, man. Not having these ridiculous time-gated fucking functional weapons locked behind so much time grinds because of the vents. That's not nice, man. We appreciated the change to this quicker way of unlocking it that the recent CODs were doing, and then you changed it up and made it so much worse just to sell your stupid store bundle. That's not nice, dude. Those are the kind of things that, like, it's like, why, dude? You didn't need to change this around. You didn't need to make it different, man. It was working good. And they were probably still selling the bundles, right? Anyway, who cares? Complaints aside, like I said, all in all, good experience. I'm having fun. I'll keep playing the game. Season 2 will kick off and there'll be something or the other that I want to play and do. And I'm clearly nowhere near completing this event, so I'm going to have to grind that out at some point in time if I want that weapon, I guess. But I don't know, man. Maybe I'll just earn it when it's in an armory unlock. I don't know, we'll see. There's a lot of time between now and the end of the season, or the end of the event, so I do have time to grind it out a little bit. Anyway, that's it. Hope you guys enjoyed. Check out my old streams if you haven't already, and I will catch you later. Bye. Yes. I'm officially Prestige Master. The master of my prestige. It's nice. The grind is ending and beginning at the same time, like I said.